or do we start? We start? Okay. All right. All right. Hello. Namaste. Mic, please. Yes, I think this is a lot better. Hello, namaste, and warmest welcome to day 3 of 14th ICCCNT 2023. Of course, according to the tradition, the Parampara Pratishthan. It's a very famous dialogue, right? Anusashan of IEEE. We have to give a big round of applause to ourselves before we begin. So, a big round of applause to yourselves. By now, you must have understood we have to keep it super engaging, right? So picking up terms from the session itself, this is the 14th ICCCNT. What a grand success it was. So let's start with 14 reasons. Oh, how many of you have done your PhD? Can you please raise your hands? I think everybody except for me. And sir, I think it's just us. All of you have done. Okay. So let's start off with 14 reasons why your research is benefiting humanity. What impact has your research done on humanity? We'll take in 14 this is a super rapid fire session, okay? So who's going to start? See, there are just 14 of you, I think. So what I'll do is we'll go row wise. Can we start from here? Dr. Prakash, how has your research benefited mankind, womankind, humankind in general? Just one line, not more.
Like my research was helping in need for people. So I discovered what is the need for people. So whatever I learn, I'm trying to connect the knowledge the people need.
Wow, okay. Great. That's reason number 1. Can you have reason number 2? You can just start. Anybody?
I'm trying to give automated ways of identifying eye disease.
Eye disease, wow. Okay, reason number 3. Yes,
Our
ma'am.
area is medical image analysis and it is directly related to the healthcare. The need of the era, because nowadays everyone has at least 2 to 3 disorders. So we basically deliver the AI-based solution to the patients, to the radiologists, to the surgeons, which can be readily used and it can help the patients in all the ways.
My God, Dr. Tripti has come prepared. Yes, please, ma'am.
So I'm not a researcher per se, but yes, I write books and my books are primarily around how Indian youth can actually learn from Indian mythology in terms of entrepreneurship and precisely in marketing and in management.
That's so interesting. My God. Yes, ma'am. Reason number 5.
My research area is in biometrics. As you know, everywhere we are using biometrics.
Yes.
You already identify.
Wow. Reason number 6. I was talking to these two very amazing ladies while I was, they helped me find this spot. So you have to get up and you have to tell us what's your research and how is it benefiting humankind. We're going to make it this is super rapid fire. No, we're not taking a lot of time. This is going as long as a panel discussion. That is not acceptable. Please stand up.
We have just started our research journey, so we are trying to learn more about this. And of course, the end goal is to provide back to the society.
Okay.
But we're just in the journey.
Great. What about you? Same as her.
The shortest, sweetest.
Yeah, I am using that whenever is it that I can't. Yes, same, ditto. Okay. Any other? Somebody else, ma'am. How is your research benefiting society in general?
So I'm working in a project in which we deal with people who are blind from birth, and after the surgery they got to see, and actually they have treatable congenital blindness. So in that way, I'm providing some
Wow.
good things to them.
After listening to all of you, I'm just glad my parents are not here because my God, just you like taking things to the next level. Yes, sir. Sir, you right there.
Yeah, firstly, I'll call that I'm still in the starting phase of research. I don't call myself as a full-fledged researcher, but yes, to some 10 years it will benefit. So when I work on the some sort of the safety systems, I call it.
Okay.
Or when I work on the AI, or I'll call it fuzzy logic.
Oh, fantastic. Anybody else? Anybody else who wants to answer? Please, please do.
Currently working in the field of NLP, and I'm doing a project which is NLP based and it's based on emission transfer. So I'm working for a pair from SMS to Mono presence. Mono is the local language.
Yeah.
More to environment.
Oh, wow. Super interesting. Yes, ma'am.
I'm trying to develop a real-time system where the road accidents can be reduced in poor visibility conditions.
Delhi needs this very, very soon. Delhi definitely needs it, but fantastic. Great. Okay, so from 14 reasons why, I'm sure we're done with 14. The 14 reasons why your research and your study, your experience is benefiting society too. 3 reasons why IICCCNT has been life enhancing. We've just taken 3 and then we start with a panel discussion. Reason number 1. Reason number 1, if you don't volunteer, we will make you volunteer.
Ability to collaborate with people from different domains.
Fantastic. Thank you. Thank you. That's reason number 1. Reason number 2.
We
Why
get
this?
lots and lots of ideas by listening to the papers of the scholars.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Dr. Tripti. Last reason and then we kickstart.
Good platform wherein people across come together to discuss and talk about their studies.
Absolutely. Wow. Absolutely amazing. Can you a big round of applause from my end to all of you to being such great brand ambassadors of IEEE as well as IICCCNT. With this, we kickstart with the very first session, the very first segment of day 3. We're going to start off with a panel discussion on women in computing. And of course, just a reminder to everybody, to all our leaders coming in, as small question, waiting for a small answer, as and when we take your names, we request you to sit down and answer, okay? So, of course, the woman with the toughest task, the moderator, you have to keep things cordial. Okay, so we're going to start off with Dr. Tripti Singh, panel chair, technical committee member, IICCCNT. Roaring round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Dr. Tripti Singh is an assistant professor in the Department of Computer Science at Amrita College of Computing, Bangalore since 2012. She's 21 years of experience and has submitted PhD thesis of 2 of her scholars. She holds her engineering graduation from 999 from the SGSITS Indore DAVV University, Masters in Information Technology from IITM Gwalior and doctorate in medical image processing from MITS RJTU. Fantastic. Dr. Tripti, what makes you a super woman? What is that one quality that you have?
I guess it is multitasking, where we do manage the students of various streams like BTech, MTech, PhD from various domains, and at the same time we go for the publications, patent filing, project fundings, coming to the locations, remote locations like here, attending the conferences, like becoming the session chairs, and see planetary talk also.
My God, I am tired just listening to that. How are you doing everything? I don't know, but fantastic. Thank you so much, Dr. Tripti.
This all are in addition to be a good mother.
Yes, yes.
Thank you so much.
Yes, a big round of applause to that. A good mother, a good... Wow, fantastic, ma'am. Our next leader we'd like to call on stage is Dr. Shefali Gulati, the Technical Committee member, IICCCNT. Rolling round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Dr. Shefali Gulati has co-founded the first DM Pediatric Neurology program in the South Asia in 2024 and has been the program director since April 2008. She has over 26 years post-MD teaching work experience and has developed pediatric neurology in India as a specialty in academics, clinical care, patient education, research, advocacy, basically you name it. That is what Dr. Gulati does. Dr. Gulati, what makes you a superwoman?
Trying to balance various domains. In addition to the teaching and research, we have clinical services to run, and we have academic staff from undergraduate and postgraduate, and DM is a super specialty programs, and also the para, allied and empowerment of the other professionals and empowerment of the parents as such, and giving a humanistic and holistic care to all the children. And
my God, very hardcore, sounds very hardcore. Fantastic, Dr. Gulati. And next leader we'd like to call on stage is Dr. Tanishta Pal, The technical committee member ICCCNT, Dr. Tanisha Pal received her Bachelor of Engineering degree with distinction in Computer Science and Engineering from SIST University. She received her MTech and PhD degree from Tripura University in 2014 and 2021. Dr. Pal, you have got quite a bit of time to come prepared with your answer. What makes you a superwoman? Just one line.
Patience. You need to have much patience in order to maintain the work life and also to maintain the responsibility that holds.
My God, beautiful answer, beautiful answer. And of course, we have with us, ladies and gentlemen, let's call on stage Dr. R.S. Vallaramati, Technical Committee member of ICCCNT from WellTech, with a big round of applause. Dr. Vallaramati received her BE and ME degree from Bharatiya University, Coimbatore. She received a PhD at Anna University, Chennai in the area of biometrics. In 2009, Dr. Vallaramati, same question, but not the same answer. We need something different. What makes you a superwoman?
Commitment towards my work.
Wow. Wow. Got tears in my eyes. Beautiful answers. Fantastic. Thank you so much. And of course, our final leader for this amazing panel is, without a doubt, Ms. Prachi Garg from Adobe System. Is a program manager, document cloud. Can we have a big round of applause for Ms. Garg? Ms. Garg is an ET Award winner, Indian Achievers Award winner, and experienced agile sensei in demonstrated history of working in information technology and services for over 15 years, skilled in global delivery, IT strategy, management, pre-sales, risk management, passionate about creating customer delight through digital transformations and reimagined customer journeys. Absolutely amazing. Dr. Ms. Garg, what would your answer be?
I think ability to learn and unlearn on a daily, day-to-day basis.
Fantastic. Okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, the topic of this amazing session is going to be women in computing. And the reason why we started off with asking our brilliant leaders what makes them a superwoman. Now, how does your ability of being a superwoman add value to computing? This will be a question before I step down. So how does what attribute of womanhood would you say has enriched India's computing landscape because of you? How about we do that? Because you're talking about womanhood, what ability has being a female leader, as your womanhood added value to your computing landscape? So we're going to start off with Dr. Tripti, yes.
Yeah, so if we talk about women in STEM, right, it stands for science, technology, engineering, and maths, right? Somewhere I read it as management also, and somewhere I read it as medicines also, keeping maths as constant, right? So women in STEM requires the attributes, like as I told, multitasking, right? She told patience, ma'am told
Multitasking.
right? And then she said learning, de-learn, unlearning, right? And ma'am told patience. So
Yes.
whatever the attributes we like separately told, they are basically the key factors for the progress of the science, technology, engineering, maths.
My God. And that's all thanks to you being a woman and you being this superb lady leader, right? So, stage is all yours, leaders. And yes, we eagerly await the session. Thank you so much.
Om Namah Shivaya and a very warm good morning to all of you. On behalf of Women in STEM, I welcome you all for today's discussion. And I request all of you to actively participate in this event by interacting. And it's not only for women, because women has men also into it. So I request all of you to kindly give your viewpoints, feedback, and come up with a nice suggestions for the things. So how we have planned this event is that there are some couple of questions which we will
Madam, you can use the
ask.
mic.
Should I start again? So like we will be, I will just start sharing, asking some questions from Ms. Gulati. So the one good thing is that Ms. Gulati and my research area is somewhat same. Right? I basically work in the area of artificial intelligence in healthcare. So somewhere we have some commonality. So that is why like she is favored among all these things. I will start with her. So the first question is, what role does computing have in healthcare?
There is significant amount of potential and role of computing in healthcare. starting from screening them early, having having platforms which are machine learning based, so as to pick them up early, do the early diagnosis. Then you can have for the interventions so many methods for interventions and so many things for prognostic marking. And there are many machine-based algorithms which are made depending on various other tools and also as to make them more specific and sensitive. That is how it helps. And in addition, you can also have the virtual nursing. You may have robotic surgeries, and you have so many other rehab equipments which are virtual reality, augmented reality, AI, PCI based. So there is a lot of potential and scope. But we have to also, even for the administrative purpose and monitoring of children and all the healthcare, the patients and all, it can also be done. And also for giving them an telehealth and video consultations and all, and it can all be governed and guided by the.
Thank you so much. Now the next question is, as a woman, what do you feel are the challenges for a woman in the area of medicines, particularly?
Yes, number one is that as a woman, you need to balance your family and your profession, and the responsibilities at home don't diminish despite you climbing a ladder in your profession. The same kind of responsibilities are expected, like you're expected from a housewife. It's felt that you are some magical superhuman being, but anyone has to do that and balance it, and that becomes the major crux. And I've always worked all these years so that nothing is left behind, and commitment to my son and my family is there, as well as my professional thing is there. So no excuse given on both fronts, but that ends up making me sleep deprived chronically and having a lot of stress. Yeah, that is there. And another thing I have noticed, although we are in 2023, the number of challenges and roadblocks a woman faces when in climbing ladder is a big problem. And there's so much, whether that is an ego of your male superiors, and I do not know what to say about it, but the number of challenges I feel as a woman I have faced are much more than as my male counterparts. And the only thing you have to keep in mind, you have to believe in yourself, and when you have thought you have to do it, you have to better do it. There is no shortcut to it, and you have to balance out everything and do. I think that's another thing, and people don't want, the woman to rise, and that is been a very major roadblock I have faced, but I have never let it be deterred, and also faced some, victimization at various levels before working hard. So I was told that you're being victimized. I went and shared for some victimization, some CV. They said, don't, your CV is the cause of victimization. The problem is you understand somebody telling me informally. So these things are there in our society, and which is very unfortunate. But you have to have belief in yourself, committed to something, you have to achieve it. There is, that will be your internal strength only which will move forward.
So that's how I think we all women start our day, believing in ourselves that yes, Tripti, you can do it, yes, we can do it, and that's how we start our day, right? So thank you, ma'am. Another question, like if I talk about the application of AI, coming to the core technical thing, like how does virtual reality and augmented reality is playing a vital role in the medicines?
Actually, I basically look after child neurology and neurodevelopmental disorders, so I can tell more so for that. In that, they are being used initially to develop diagnostic algorithms and all, so as to diagnose early. That there are many models which are being developed, machine learning based. Plus, we are also developing intervention. I've been collaborating with Tapan for many years now, and also with somebody from IIT Delhi, and somebody from CDAC, and somebody from IIT Kanpur, and many other international associations to develop. We have developed some app-based programs for these children to improve their prediction skills for their joint attention scan and all that. So, and we are making AI-based robots along with Tapan, and yes, and we also made AI-enabled platform for dyslexia remedial intervention. So basically, both diagnostics and this the therapeutics part, the rehabilitation part has taken a very major turn in the last decade, because of all this computational and all things. So gone are the days when you have vision and hearing aids plain and you are having any mobility devices and all that. There's lots and lots, and AI based, with the wheelchairs also they are, so that you can negotiate any terrain based on how it is getting the virtual. So it is both for screening, diagnosis, management, all of that, and it can also help in prognostication depending on the data sets which are there.
So ma'am, as I understood, you are basically dealing with the neurodegenerative diseases with the pediatric
Yeah,
patients.
I look after the child neurology and neurodevelopmental disorders. So neurodevelopmental disorders will include all those who have autism, and cerebral palsy, specific learning disabilities, intractable epilepsy, speech and language disorders, visual hearing impairment, neuromuscular disorders, all of them. So basically all of these, and the other thing is very important, using technology to provide support to the families. And I feel the parent and family empowerment is important. We do not have special social workers working with us, so we have to, so I always counsel the families combined, but we are giving through the help of all, all this computational thing, we're giving them materials and all for them to understand and for their coping strategies. So we are also developing a platform which will help these patients be diagnosed early. That platform will be linking through AI-based the screening with diagnostic with intervention packages. We're trying to replicate that model. I think this is important, that we holistically look at the children and the families and empower. Otherwise, again, what happens? All these children who have chronic conditions, the moms are asked to leave their jobs and take care of the child at home, and it's just left to the mothers. I'm not talking as a woman activist, I'm saying because we have to look at the family, and we did a study on our autistic mothers. 77% were clinically depressed. So you need some time to do your profession. Yes, you have to balance your profession, but then you have to teach them. We have to teach them coping strategies. So in that also programs which are enabled by the your all this all the virtual program and all that.
Thank you so much, Dr. Gulati. It was nice interacting with you.
One word, I think we have to be humanistic. What you had asked, something which is lacking, and which I think as a woman we look at the humanistic side of everything, and that can be in every day-to-day working. So my just appeal and request to all to be look at humanistic side of everything, and try to have empathy for the anybody you see having problems in your vicinity, because the problem is stigma in our country, and the way the child is looked down upon, and any medical condition will cause and become a disability because of the medical condition and the interaction and play with your environment. The environment is the physical environment, that you don't have this the slope here, that is one, and those the other thing is the attitude of people around. So if somebody is looking down upon, that is not right. I give you one example. If you remember, there was some serial Satyamev Jayate which was being aired by Amir Khan. I vividly remember one episode in which a child has been adopted by some lady, and the child had some skin lesions. Because of the skin lesions, the child was looking very not attractive looking, not pleasant looking. So she said when she took the child to a shopping mall, some other lady spat on this child. So I am not able to forget that episode, and this lady had adopted this child from orphanage because she felt empathy, and she felt that she should bring up a child who will never be adopted, and look at somebody in the mall. So I think we have to understand empathy and all, and everybody has the right to life. Anybody who is having any special needs also has a right to life. And like you when we were in classes, we had somebody who was always failing, somebody who was always topping. You have a diverse thing. So you are accepting everybody. So they are also part of it. They are within us. That attitudinal shift, I would just request. Sorry, I added on that because that's something important, because everybody has to look as a citizen of our country.
This was the cherry on the cake, right? It was a very important factor, and we being women have the responsibility of taking care of the humanity as we give birth to the kids, and entire generation depends upon what the teaching, what the thoughts of the brain we are giving to the new generation. Thank you so much, Dr. Gulati. Now, can I ask the questions to you, Prachi ma'am? Yeah, okay. So, as you are from the corporate world, so from women point of view, the first thing is I will like to know what are the challenges you see that are there for the women in the technology from the corporate sector's point of view.
I think first, most important important challenge and the key barrier that I see is a lack of leaders, right? So as you rise up in the hierarchy, so in my 15 years of career, I have seen the number of women diminishing as we rise up in the career. So if I see in today, like as of today, any leadership meeting, they're just me, I keep sitting. That's like no other women there whom I can actually share my, sometimes you really want to talk to another woman about how you're feeling on your day-to-day life, right? So that's one of the key things that I see. So another challenge that I see is that even if you see the research that says that most of the women actually leave their professional and corporate jobs after once they have a kid. So these are the key things, the family balance that I think we kind of all have spoken about it. Any which ways in this, especially in STEM, in the field of STEM, any which ways there are very less, fewer women who actually start their career, and by the end they kind of, most of them kind of backed out. So I feel that needs to be, these key barriers need to be kind of taken care of, and the ways they can be done is primarily making sure that we give the right exposure. A lot of people, a lot of women do not understand the value what STEM can bring to the, what kind of services they are bringing to the, doing to the humanity by opting this as a career. So that lack of exposure needs to be bridged up. Plus, organization has to be, I guess, slightly more, empathetic toward their female employees, and most of the organizations are doing the things in this regard. Not much, I would agree, but yes, there's always baby steps are always there, and they're kind of focusing on the fact that there should be diversity and inclusion in the system.
Very inspiring answer, Radha. So now, ma'am, if we talk about inspiring the young girls who are like, 10th, if we see the statistic from the 10th class onwards, when it comes to choosing of the opting of the stream from arts, commerce and science, we see that, okay, maximum ratio goes towards commerce and arts instead of science. So if we want the girls to motivate for opting for the STEM, how can we encourage them? What can be the key factors for inspiring them?
Thanks for bringing this question, because I myself come from a tier 2 city wherein this lack of knowledge was always there. So I think the schools should actually partner with corporate folks, corporate women leaders who can actually come talk about it. With there's a clearly lack of women STEM leaders who actually interact with. So I think such sessions which are currently happening in IIT and the Premier Institute, they should actually start happening within the school itself, wherein girls actually get to interact with the women leaders and make them role model. They can learn that what are the facts, what are the challenges they might, what are the pros and cons of opting, step, because a lot of people, even the society, even the parents are not, maybe they might not be able to give them the right responses. I understand these days we do have a, internet has reached a lot of places, and in this digital world, finding the right information is available, but still there are places wherein people are yet to kind of lack the knowledge. Right mentorship, right mentoring is also helpful in deciding the right stream, I believe.
Thank you, Prachi. Now the thing is, can you mention some of the initiatives where this diversity can be managed, or some schemes where this promotion of the women in STEM can be, has been improvised or has been incorporated?
From a corporate perspective, I would share a few of the initiatives that at least on my organization, that we have. We do have a program called She Sparks, wherein we give the opportunity to the women who have actually a career break. So most of the time when women has a career break, they think that their career is kind of finished. So these are the initiatives, not only in Ruby, but many of the corporates have started giving the initiative wherein women who have a career break, they can actually come back to the industry again. There are places wherein, so I personally have actually, in one of my past organizations, where I was in the capacity of taking the decision and making some change. We usually appraisal cycles, what happens is that when a woman goes on a maternity leave, so for a 6 months maternity leave, her appraisal for that time is counted at zero, that she's been non-productive, and usually you do not give her promotions. And that is one of the key reasons that women kind of leave their jobs. A lot of women employees leave their jobs, or not able to plan their. They kind of feel that okay, they will plan their family once they'll get the immediate promotion, and a lot of these kind of things happen, right? So at one of my past organization, what I kind of was able to inculcate was that if a woman is going on a maternity leave, let's not take her time out that thinking that that she is non-productive. Let's take her appraisal from the last what she has performed. If she has been an outperformer in her last appraisal cycle, let that continue, and that has successfully been implemented. And I clearly remember in that organization, when she was became a mother, she was also blessed with a promotion as well. So I think that was one thing that she really appreciated. So that usually there is always people think that you have to keep a balance between your professional and personal life. But in this balance, it has to be. You should not leave your profession as well. You should always. So I think if the onus lies on not only on the organization but on the family as well, to make sure that such policies, I personally feel, really help the women to stick to a particular organization, and there would be less attrition rate.
Thank you. Now I'll come to the question which is my favorite. So I will again point towards you. Who is your role model, and who is the person in your life like who inspired you to come till here?
I never expected the question. I think it was Mother Teresa. I have always been reading the quotes whenever I feel down and out. That I always feel that you have to give to the society, overall. And the other is President Abdul Kalam. His quotes also I keep reading, thinking they have been very inspiring to me. Both of them, and especially Mother Teresa for very long. So I think that we have to give to the society that humanism and empathy stems up from that.
Very nice answer. I really appreciate your viewpoint. Yeah. So same questions to you, Prachi. Who is your role model, and who inspired you? Who inspired you to come till here?
I would say I think my mother. But the way they kind of bring and brought up the day once as a kid, I have seen her doing a lot of things and multitasking, and I think for a woman, multitasking is the key factor to keep her both professional and personal life at sync. I think all of us have been talking about this for a while, I think our mothers have been doing that role fantastically. So yes, the credit goes to the mother.
Thank you. Now the next question is, what are the strategies for combating gender bias and stereotypes that still persist in STEM education and workplace as well?
I think for the workplace, a lot of organizations have actually started with mentoring sessions. So even in Adobe, we have a WESP session wherein women execs, you can actually women can actually shadow a exec to understand how a day in an exec life goes, right? So what are the challenges, what are the pros, and how to kind of take care of them. Then there are a lot of community building has also started happening, wherein women can actually share their thoughts, they can understand, learn from the best. So I think these are the few things I believe. Plus sometimes pay parity is also being kind of talked about a lot. Few organizations have definitely taken a step to it, wherein they make sure that the salaries have been made transparent. But yes, still there I think we are just started in this line, and there's a long way to go.
Okay, so now the next question is out of blues. If, as far as I see, right, we have so many leaders around us, motivating leaders around us. And in the workplace also, if our boss or the seniors, if we have more of the female who are because I think they understand us in a better way. I'm not saying probably they are better sons, they're better husbands, better father, who also understands that in what shoes we are. So don't you think that if our leaders are more of like us, I'm talking in terms of the gender, it will have a better workplace for the women? So if I talk about the women leaders, can you suggest us some ways how to promote the leadership in the women?
I would like to differ with this somewhere, because I feel that we women are the born leaders, right? For that we do not have to be in any corporate or in the fields, right? By birth we have those knack of taking care. I think A good leader, in my definition, is someone who is empathetic. And aren't we more human than it is? And these are the things which are kind of gender neutral. And this is, I personally believe that each of us, right, has to be more of a human. ha- All of us have our own human side, but this is a very gender neutral thing that, you know, who could be a good leader. I think for a good leader, if as far as you are able to understand your team's problems, you are able to guide them, and you're able to lead them by your actions, and so I think that should be sufficient. Sorry.
No, I respect the diversities of thoughts because each and every thought has its own impact, has its own importance. So, very much thank you for Prachi.
One thing can I add? Actually, what you said, it should be there, but what happens is sometimes there are some tyrannical women leaders also. So I think we have to all understand as women that we have been facing challenges. I have faced some women tyrannical leaders too. So I'm just saying, we have to, like, I really appreciate like how you went and got that maternity benefits done for promotion. It really admiration is there. You know, we have to realize and we have to be helpful and humane for everybody, and the power should not get inside one's head. Sometimes they get insecure of another person rising and start pushing the other person down. That should not be done. I think the number of lives we can touch and encourage should be that should be gender neutral. So that means even women who go up have to be very careful, and they have to be especially careful for any other woman who is also struggling.
Absolutely.
Sorry,
And in fact, I personally believe in the servant leader model, wherein, you know, you do not think that the power is in you. You should always think that if you are a leader, you are a leader because of the team that has actually made you a leader.
Yeah, thank you, Prachi. Thank you, Dr. Gulati. Yeah, now coming to Dr. Valarmati. Okay, good morning, ma'am. So, ma'am, the very first question to you, first I'll start with my favorite question. Every woman has a role model. So, who is your role model and why?
My role model is my mother and grandmother. My grandmother is mostly uneducated, but always she will motivate to take up education. It's meant for ladies. My mother married at the age of 16. Then she got up to PG degree. So she made me to enter into education. In my entire family, I am the first professional. So both of them plays a much vital role. So I am sitting here because
Thank you, ma'am. And when we remember our moms, no, we get a child into us who start crying for the mom, right? So I can understand that. I respect that. Okay, ma'am. So now the next question is what a research framework examining the role of higher education institutions in designing a STEM curriculum aligned with the demands of economy.
it's a very important question because we are all in higher educational institutions and we need to take more and more positive steps in reaching the STEM curriculum. STEM curriculum is almost unbalanced as far as most of the institutions are concerned. The curriculum should meet the needs of the country as well as the economy. As far as the research framework is concerned, everybody may have a different research perspectives. We cannot say as a single answer to this one. We have to do lot of survey and data analytics, data analysis, and then we have to take up some of the inputs from various industries where there is a lot of contemporary practices taking on in the industry where there is a lacuna between the institution and the industries. These type of things can be considered and before framing the curriculum which inculcates the STEM concept. As Madam rightly said, STEM means science, technology, engineering and mathematics. But you are having one more thing, she said, medicine and management. In addition to that, you are having STEAM, where in between STEM, A comes into where arts. Initially, because of easier subjects, most of the candidates, they go into arts. But the kindling of the science and mathematics interest should be done at the early stage of the education, for which parents or we should be the positive role models for our children as well as for the students. So if we create or inculcate such type of qualities in the students, they will love to have the science as their favorite subject or maths. In addition, you have to take them to different museums or some of the science exhibitions where they can, you have to create the curiosity, how to do, how we will do, like this, like that, which will help them to come into the things for which the economy of the particular family as well as the country and the society has to support so that they will come up in life like anything.
Thank you, ma'am. Now, for everything, whatever we see around us, even for STEM also, I believe there will be some myths and beliefs. So, ma'am, what you feel that are the myths in our society regarding the women in STEM?
In my opinion, I think there are mentors and the technology. The myths, the biggest challenge is we need good mentors. We also should be a good mentor for our students. One example in my experience, one student is a number one in +2 marks, very good marks, 1100 plus out of 1200. But he likes catering in technology, but her father likes electronics and communication engineering. He admitted under me at that time. I was a HOD in my institution, and he went out. Every time he will write in the examination only one question. We can't find not even a single mistake. Then he won't write even if he knows. So he failed all the time. So it's a big tragedy. Though he's having knowledge, every time when he gets counsel, ask him, mentor, everything, he will ask my father like that. So if I call his father is a headmaster in a school, so he wants something to gain out of all those things because fellow colleagues will tell something, relatives will something, how I can put my son in catering like that. But he totally failed in this thing. That is one. Another category, one student, he likes aeronautical engineering, but his father puts in ECE. So in that category, after some time, he takes the input from us, from the faculty, and he succeeds, and now he is working in a big company and he succeeds. So we can do mentoring, but somebody may take into the heart, somebody may not. So always you must look into the interest of the students as well as our children, then only they will succeed in life. So once a success in my own family itself, my son is interested in defense. Because I myself, I am telling I am the first professional candidate in my family. So when defense means everybody we rejected and everything, but anyhow we admitted him in the Sainik school. But at the same time, after 10th I thought we could change his mental thought. But after that he was very strong, and now he is a squadron leader in Indian Air Force at Kalekonda. We accepted. Because either we have to succeed but our life is gone and other things. We have to make our children to succeed in their life means we have to accept what they are and what support we can make them to succeed. So likewise we have to do this is the thing. I want everybody to please hear and spend time with your either students or friends or family members to make them succeed in their life by way of doing little bit of mentoring or being a positive role model to your own children as well as your own students so that they take into and they'll flourish in their own career.
Thank you, ma'am. So, like here I will like to add on one line. Like I think whenever any failure is happening for our children, whether me, boy or a girl, we need to tell them, right, the rest of my life will be best of my life, right? So that whatever has happened from some point where they have fallen down, they should believe that, okay, whatever has happened, next we need to have another start, and that will make our life better than what it is in present. Right?
Very well said. I wanted to apologize and take your permission. I have to leave for some important meeting in the institute. Before I leave, I want to ask. She's asking everybody. Our moderator is asking role model. So I would also like to ask her. But before, I just wanted to say that, as you said, parents make a very important role. I am there because of not only my mom, because of my dad, and I think he has been more caring to me than my mom has been, although he's no more now and my mom is also critically sick. But I feel that, there were certain things I felt my mom was doing, but all along it was my dad's doing all along. So I mean, they both have brought me till date, from birth till date, wherever I am. So that is there. And I want to ask you, who is your role model? And one second thing, I feel that, all this technology, people are not collaborating with the healthcare sector. You are also working in the healthcare.
Yeah.
So whether you are having a healthcare professional in your meetings when you're making or not, and how I think we need to have collaborations, like we've developed good ones with Thapan and, I have others I have. So like, it's important for across the table, whoever is the stakeholder has to be sitting with the technologist, because technologist has some viewpoint but may not be completely. So these two things, your role model and whether, how we can have collaboration one-on-one.
Yeah. Okay, so here I'll start with Om Namah Shivaya, Om Amriteshwari Namaha. Fine. So as you saw my greeting, my very first role model is Mata Amriteshwari Mai. And why? The reason is, like, when I read through the Mother Teresa, and after that I think she is the lady who I can say is somewhat like Mother Teresa. She is a great humanitarian with a lot of sanity in her thoughts, lot of feelings for the people who are suffering. And see, whenever we see people who are suffering, we feel pity and we move ahead, right? She is the one who leaves no stone unturned in order to facilitate them, in order to provide the resources for them. And she is a great educator, she is a great leader, and I think she is a great mother. So she is my role model. I hope even if I am able to get 0.0001% of her, I will feel my life is, this thing. Second role model, of course, yes, I'm the reason, she is the reason for me being here is my mother. And yeah, till now in my village, in my community, I seriously find no one has done it, past beyond 8th, right? But my mother in 1964, at that time, she did her post-graduation, that too. She has done double MA in English as well as in Sanskrit. And till now, at that age, ladies, now she is around 73. And from that time onwards, when I moved from Kanpur to Bangalore, I was finding very difficult to speak in English, right? And my father and mom, they decided, okay, we will speak with her so that she starts feeling comfortable in school. Because very first day I went to school and I told I'm having headache in the stomach, and my classmates were laughing, and that made my first day so much shabby. And my classmates told headache has to happen in head, not in stomach. And that made me feeling like a poor child. I don't know anything, I'm innocent. So I cried at home, and my mom said, okay, from now onwards we'll speak with you in English. So I think for speaking with me in English, and she has taught me, she being from our side, but still till 11th she has taught me mathematics, all integral, differential and all that. Because when I used to go to school with my books and everything, she used to struggle, she used to learn. Nowadays we have YouTube, we have so much material on the net to learn and to teach to our kids. But at that time she used to, with pen and paper, she will solve all the differential equations so that as I come back from the school, she can teach me. So I think she is the greatest teacher. And yeah, one more thing, whatever I feel I have learned from her is pamper your child, love your child, but don't make roads for your child. Right? Don't make roads for your child, rather make your child enabled to walk on each and every kind of road. So her parentship was always very hard. I always felt that, but I think today I have emerged as a strong woman, all because of her upbringing. So this is the answer to your question. Second question is about the research collaborations and innovations. I am in collaboration with many hospitals, starting from AIMS. Yesterday I had dinner with Dr. Ashish Mandal. He is working as a head of the pathology department in AIMS Faridabad. So I have collaboration with Narayana Hridayalaya, Apollo, Fortis, Manipal, Columbia Asia, Astromed City, and we work. I have 7 PhD scholars, and 2 have already got PhD under me. So all type of project, what we try is when we interact with the radiologist, or when we interact with the surgeons, or when we interact with the pathologist, we try to take the necessity, so that when a scholar is spending 6 to 7 years on a research project, we should be able to deliver something which is in demand, which will somewhat help the society to this thing. So we are always welcome for any kind of research proposals, every kind of this thing. And my scholars are working on the neurodegenerative disease, so I would like to have a personal collaboration with you for that.
Can I have
Thank you so
permission
much.
to leave? Otherwise,
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah,
It
thank
was
you.
very nice having you here.
Thanks.
We have a few more questions.
So now, ma'am, last question to you. What is the impact of STEM education in India?
As of now, we have only 20% of the workforce of women in India in STEM. We have to at least make it as close to 50-50 in future by motivating our students as well as our children to get into science and technology and engineering type of education. It is not only engineering type, it is a multimodal or multidisciplinary and interdisciplinary way of approach by building good STEM curriculum to our students, by creating critical thinking ability, problem solving ability, where this maths and science merge together to make them a great leaders.
Thank you, ma'am. Now, next questions I will be asking to Miss Tanisha Paul, Dr. Tanisha Paul. So, Tanisha, the very first question to you, she is from the Northeast, so probably I would like to have your viewpoint for the women in STEM in Northeast.
So the current status of women in Northeast is gradually increasing. So there has been an increased role in participation in senior positions in different academicians, and there also has been a huge number of role models and leaderships in different organizations in Northeast India. Also, the government, the central as well as the state government of different states in Northeast have taken many initiatives like Swasti, that Annual Network, Kalyani Charitable Trust, will provide financial assistance, stipend, then scholarship to the students who want to pursue their research in or want to pursue their advanced degree in STEM and want to devote their long time effort in research. So these things have been now initiated by the state government in India, and also there has been an increasing of women startups in Northeast. So there are many women entrepreneurs are there who have built their own startups, which will ultimately help many women in Northeast to become self-dependent. And so these are the current status of women in Northeast India right now.
So, how the educational institutes in Northeast are trying to promote the participation of women from the Northeast?
So nowadays various outreach programs and various workshops have been conducted for the women to pursue their career in STEM. Also there is some workshops regarding the stereotypes. Like in Northeast there is a stereotype that the STEM is normally of male oriented. So these things have been now the parents are also getting involved in these workshops because parents are the role model for the children. So until and unless parents encourage the girl students to pursue their career in STEM, so many outreach programs have been developed in the Northeast. And also, as I told, the government also have taken many initiatives like Swasti, and then also from DST also, that is Department of Science and Technology. So for project, we the women or the researchers, we get many opportunities. So, like this way, our Northeast also evolving. The women, the young generation of women are evolving, and also there are many industrial collaborations is also being done with academic institutions where they provide a connectivity between the senior leaders and the young generation of girls, which will ultimately help them to have their practical knowledge from the industry, to gather their experience and to have a more knowledge to have their career in STEM.
So one last question to her, and after that, who is your role model and why? After same question to you also, Nikita.
Ma'am, my role model is like my mother and grandmother. And so honestly speaking, when Prakash said this time, actually I was the technical committee member in 2019. So, but during that time I joined as online. This is for the first time I am physically present. Because I am having a small daughter and because of my mother it is possible. When Prakash sir has given me the opportunity, and thanks, many thanks to Prakash sir because he has given me this opportunity. So as I am having a small daughter, so I just asked my what to do. She told you can go. Because of her only, I kept my daughter with her and I am now present here. And also I'd like to thank my grandmother also. Because my mother was also a teacher, so this year she got retired. So when she used to go to the school, so my grandmother used to look after me and my brother. In the same way also, when I go to my college, peacefully I do my work because only my mother. Because I do not have any tension who will look after my daughter. So that's why my mother and the grandmother, these are the role models. Obviously, my dad is also have the importance in my life, but these two women. Thank you.
I understand dad also has the important, but this talk is on women in STEM. Same question to you, Nikita. Who is your role model? And then after the stage is all yours.
I think it's very the one pattern that I saw whenever you speak about your role models, you get very emotional, right? So without getting emotional, I think the answer would be, of course, has to be your mother. Has to be. It's very unfortunate that growing up we don't tend to value the women as much as we should. And only when you grow up and you're going through the same path, right? That is when you realize this multitasking. I think society has tagged women to be multitaskers, but that causes such a huge burnout, mentally and physically, right? The standards are so high for women, unfortunately, that yeah, you're a multitasker, deal with it. But that shouldn't be the case. It is about how everybody comes together and how you have to treat women with the equality and the grace of them being a human being. That is what I think. So I would have to say my mother, and unfortunately I would also like to apologize, right? I started appreciating my mother a few years back is when I was like, oh no, this lady deserves every bit of appreciation that she should. So yeah, that would be my answer. Fantastic leaders, I mean absolutely amazing. What a session that was. And so the thing is we're running short of time, just no 10 minutes, and the 10 minutes we would like to break it down to a couple of questions from our participant. This is ICCCNT. The I stands for
International.
Yes, IEEE as well as international. So right now the perspective has largely been in India, so we want to make it global. We've got a lot of global participants watching as well. The question is, unfortunately, right, the women percentage of world population varies anywhere from 49% to 51%. That is how we are actually at majority, but it is so unfortunate, and the irony is, despite us being a majority sometimes, because the world population sometimes is 51% of women, we are a minority when it comes to STEM or any field that is more technical in nature. So, and this is also pervasive, and you can see this trend in developed countries like the USA as well. So, just one line answers we would expect. Even in countries like USA, where 4 to 5% of population is in the STEM is women, how would you encourage? Like what? How would you encourage more participation?
I think anyone will like to answer, or should I answer?
So we're taking one answer. We can take one answer and then.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we'll start. So I think the best thing is to motivate them like from the 10th onwards, right? We need to tell them what are the opportunities in the STEM and what further careers they have. So I think the very first thing lacks is that they need to know what are the streams available and what are the benefits there, and how, because I think computationally intensive careers are available in science. So like thinking that it is very much computationally intensive and probably obviously it requires a lot of economics also, so girls probably step back. So I think there we have to facilitate them motivational also and monetary wise also, so that they can be promoted.
Fantastic, absolutely. Yeah.
So we can take it one answer and the next speaker can then answer the next question because the questions are too many.
Simply in one word,
Yes.
empowerment and liberty and independence.
Wow.
So that it will
That is my new word of stated by the way, empowerment, liberty and
independence.
independence. Great. Dr. Paul, we would want you to answer the next question, right? In research as well, so you see a lot of the ultimate end goal of any researcher is getting a Nobel Prize. So even when you see the constitution of people who are getting the Nobel Prizes, women are at a minority there as well. So why is it that you think that not a lot of women pursue research as their career?
Because the main thing is that sometimes, many of my friends who are there in corporate life is also good. Even I also got in many companies like TCS and all. But the parents, their intention is that the girl should do a secure job, where they can take care of the children. They can also work in not that much a hectic way. So that's why maybe because I guess because of the family pressure or because of the parents' decision, many girls want to pursue their career in research. That's the main thing.
Sure, I completely understand. Dr. Balarmati, our question to you would be, how do you ensure a more representation? Right? You spoke of liberty and empowerment, but what does that mean? How do you, these are heavy words to begin with, but how do you actually implement that?
In terms of implementation, it cannot happen in a day. So you have to train them, mold them, and then every time you have to tell what is the role of a women leader in the society, because I am having more than 30 years of experience. At that time, we were only 3 to 4 in a class of engineering. Now, if you see in my class, 50-50, almost 40 students and 40 boys are like that. So it is coming up because of the parental support to the students, and they are giving them knowledge as well as little bit of liberty, not little bit, half the way nowadays they are little liberty and they are acting independently. According to me, self-confidence is the biggest requisite for great undertakings. This has to be inculcated in the women, children as well as the boys, for them to be more self-confident in their career as well as their aspirations, so that they will be successful in their career.
Great. Thank you so much, Dr. Balarmati. Thank you.
I'm very big fan of Adobe and really enjoying using Creative Cloud. So I'm very enlightened to see Adobe represented here. So in US, the government takes a lot of efforts to put minorities in STEM discipline. If you take a classrooms, like they say 35 people, only 5 will be women. So this is because of stereotype culture. Women think STEM is very difficult. Okay, so by word of mouth it is spreading. So they're bringing a lot of companies, like a robot companies, to the schools, and they're doing workshops and they're making them to play. So they are first of all trying to remove the fear from the childhood. The education should be enjoyable, playable, not like doing a complex research. So they are trying to create an environment where they enjoy. So this bridge should be there. They are trying to introduce like this kind of a bridge between the STEM colleges and the schools. So slowly this started happening. So maybe these type of lot of interventions should be coming the upcoming days in India to promote women, minorities, or even like schools and tribals. So then everyone can catch up. Even a woman is doing an average work, still we should allow them whatever she is achieving. So that will motivate an average woman to remain in the STEM. Okay. So this is what happening in developed countries to sustain women in STEM discipline. And even next time, I like to bring a lot of companies to do a workshop. And even since I'm a big fan of Adobe, I try to work with Adobe for next time.
Sure.
Right.
Okay.
Add on, children will be given with activity-based learning and the student-centric learning rather than the traditional learning approach.
Completely agree. Thanks so much, Dr. Prakash. Thank you so much, Ms. Garg, for being such an amazing, representation of one of the most amazing companies out there. All right, ladies and gentlemen, what better way to end this session with getting a representation of what we would like to believe a segment where women are currently at a minority, very, very unfortunately. So we would like to call in Major Madan Kumar. Major Madan Kumar, we request you to please come up and grace our women in computing. Major Kumar, you are currently at a minority right now, but you'll be representing a set that is a minority, which happens to be, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, Major Madan Kumar is a retired major from the Indian Army. So can we big round of applause for him? Very quickly, Major Kumar, yeah, so we will start off with what percentage of women in your career did you see in the army personally?
Okay, my first hand experience is about my own batch.
Okay.
2004. We were 180 total, out of which 42 were roughly participation in the officers entry.
Okay.
And today, I would say the latest one, the batch which passed out now, 250 should be the approximate strength, out of which we are around 70 to 75.
Wow, okay.
And we, just for information for our audience as well, it's not that only the Indian women who get trained in military academies. Women from Afghanistan, women from Malaysia, countries like Papua New Guinea, African countries, those women also come here, get trained and go back and join the armed forces.
Wow, okay, this is a very interesting point and very surprising as well, because the percentage doesn't seem as low as we would anticipate it to be. It's almost 1/4.
Yeah, it's 1/4, and maybe in Air Force it's much more.
Oh, wow, okay. So, Mr. Kumar, what would you say? Like, how would you, if you were to be, and I'm sure you wish you are, like a brand ambassador of the Indian Army, how would you pursue or how would you motivate women to participate? What would be your, step number 1, step number 2, or step number 3 for it?
Firstly, I would, with my experience of guiding people, especially the third year and the final year students, the first hurdle comes from the parents. This is what the girl wants to do it. She has the appetite and she has the passion to do it. The parents immediately put a firewall that this is like something which is scary, which cannot be done. It is male dominant.
It will take more time.
Yeah, it take more time. You have to be physically fit, and you'll get posted somewhere. Workplace harassment, whatnot. But I would say, in the other perspective, if you look at any organization, I have spent 8 to 10 years of my life in corporate as well. The defense forces has got one of the most strictest system to handle workplace harassment. It's unlike, I would still say, we have Vishaga Commission stuff in corporate, but still the process is very robust. The second hurdle comes from the lack of awareness. These days we have internet, like YouTube can give you any amount of data, but still there is a bit of resistance that what we should be exactly will be doing out there. So that's the second hurdle. Third hurdle comes from the country's design as such, region-wise. Girls from south are a bit more resistant than the central India and the north India. Similarly, northeast. We have a kind of taboo, or I would say, take example of my own state, Tamil Nadu. People don't come because they don't know Hindi. So I learned it. I never knew a word in Hindi when I entered my academy. But language is not knowledge, it's just mode of communication. You can't expect your 100% troops to speak your language. Majority of them are speak Hindi. So these are the 4 major hurdles. But these days it's getting broken. It's really getting broken. So we have women as fighter pilots now. who fly Suphois, and very soon it's going to be Rafale, fifth generation aircraft they will be flying. We have, as we speak, last month we had one of our lady officer, I forgot her name, to be posted in the world's highest battlefield, Siachen. No other army has ever done it, or no other woman from any other army has ever done it. We have women parade commanders in Republic Days, we all know. But when you recollect President Obama's visit in India, it was a woman officer who gave the salute, which is a very ceremonial, prestigious one. And we all know the airstrike we did in Balakot, where one of our fighter pilot, Wing Commander Abhinandan, went and he took off a F-16, and then later he himself was shot down. Everybody knew that the hero is the pilot, but there is a woman behind in the center, ATC. When we speak about pilots, somebody is in the ground who is controlling them. And that was a woman who exactly gave that precise information. Split seconds is what you get to. This is like within the seconds you have to take a decision whether to shoot down the aircraft or not. I'm sorry, split seconds is even too fast. So there is a woman who was there. So this is one organization which is more conservative. We don't come out in public and say what we do. So, but this time the government actually changed the strategy. The officer went on record, I think in Beyond or BBC. She gave the entire narration of how this operation got carried out. So we are on the right path, I would say.
Absolutely. Amazing answers. We'll be taking two more questions before we wrap up. Okay, so predominantly estrogen is a hormone or a chemical that largely women have, right? Because of which estrogen as a hormone causes a lot of emotions. And army is one sector where emotions play zero role. So what would be your pitch, or how would you guide women to balance their emotions?
I slightly differ from this.
Is it?
Everybody.
I'm happy to hear that.
So it's not that a woman or men in courses wearing a uniform is not afraid of anything or not scared of anything.
Yeah.
Fear is a common human factor, whether you are in the forces or whether you are out. How you overcome the fear matters. The training helps you. The military training really helps you. It is actually, people think that it's a training which tests your physical capabilities. That's not the case. It tests the mental capabilities of you. So, like in the military academy, which I got trained, Officers Training Academy, which is in Chennai, which is the only academy for women in the army to get trained. So we all train together. I would say at the end of the training, at the start of the training, they said, reference to Ramayana. I said Hanumanji was told to pick up the hill, and then he said, "I'm just a monkey. I cannot do that." So somebody pushed him, and then he lifted, and then he came back. So that's what happens exactly in a military academy. And you won't believe, these days it's a same level of training. I would say there's more, army is more gender neutral. We can officially declare it as gender based. Yeah, it's no more gender based. So 20 years before, when I joined my women colleagues who were there with me, so they did a training of 6 months, and we did a training of 1 month. But at the end of the 6 months, they would need to match 75% of the physical capability, which I would summarize in a simple way. Just imagine yourself wearing a battle load of 28 kgs with your rifle and your backpack and your shoes and all. That's called FSMO, full scale marching order. That's how we got to go in a battlefield. A woman carrying that, running a distance of 25 kilometers non-stop. Chennai's humidity is at 85%. Weather is around 38 to 42 degrees. And they completed precisely in less than 4 hours. So the lesson we all can draw from these great women is, please come out of the comfort zone, test yourself to the maximum. Don't, yes, there should be a fair level play in terms of women empowerment. Women should have a fair level play to compete with men to come up in career. But the real flavor of life is When the game is unfair and then you fight and come up, for that, the one single quality you need to require, that's what precisely what the Triforces see while recruiting a men or women, is persistence. If you persist, you will, and I will say, please come out of the comfort zone. Don't complain for too little a thing. So don't expect to have, like ma'am is from Adobe, we cannot have separate HR policy for women. That will further divide the game. Find it out, and I strongly say, like before I came here, just a week before when all these programs are finalized, 5 of my postmates, like women have a considerable role to play. There is a staff role, there is a leadership role. But 5 of my postmates, I can proudly say, are leaders now. They are full colonels commanding a battalion where 1,000 men will be reporting into them.
Very motivating, very inspiring.
Yeah, very inspiring.
Absolutely. There is a last question, but I think we can deviate from the topic a little, and I'm just picking a leaf from Dr. Singh right here. Major, if we have to ask you, I understand the question would be who's your role model, but when it comes to women, which woman would you say is your role model? Number one.
Which woman?
Yes.
The state I come from, the Chief Minister of ex-Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, Dr. J. Jagannath.
Wow. Fantastic. Fantastic. Ladies and gentlemen, with this we come to the end of women and with the addition of major is women and men in computing now. To empower and make more women, I think women bring their perspective and their flavor to whatever they touch. So yes, with this we come to the end. Ladies and gentlemen, the big round of applause for all of you. And of course, Dr. Bhatti, what a pleasure to have each one of you. Let's start with the morning. Thank you so much. Thank you. We would request Major, please continue to be seated while others please take a seat. Oh, Dr. Murugesan would like to come up. Yes.
Just I want to make a small break for a small, say even I would say it's an information. Konkan Engineering College is the college I am working, where we have 18 head of the departments. 18 department and 18 head of the departments are there. Out of the 18 head of the departments are women. Only 4 are men. And they are doing extremely well, and particularly all this ICT branches, computer science, electronics, information technology, artificial intelligence, in all ICT branches, women are dominating. So, already very strongly women are in computing because they are emotionally strong, they are physically strong, we cannot say physically weak. They are emotionally strong, they are physically strong, and they take decision very strongly, firmly. So that is why even we have this panel discussion women in computing today, and we also try to introduce a forum for women in this ICCCNT from next conference onwards. I welcome all the women to become a member of that forum. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Murugesan. Definitely paving ways, for India that is going to be in tomorrow. Absolutely amazing. You just need to enjoy it. And with this, we'd like to break for yes.
One more thing I wish to tell to my participants and friends. I came from a university from Chennai, where my chairperson and managing trustee Dr. Mahalakshmi, who is taking care of the university as well as 3 engineering colleges and 2 schools. She is a lady who is between 40 to 50 years between and taking care of the entire administration and other activities of the union, and I feel proud to come from a women management institution, and she is a engineering graduate in mechanical engineering plus MBA from UK and PhD from UK and taking care of the university.
What an honor. Ladies and gentlemen, we break for a small tea break, a national break. Okay, so in 45 minutes, time
15 minutes break.
15, okay, so Dr. Murugesan has set the record straight. 15 minutes. We request you to kindly come on back sharp at 11 here. An amazing session awaits you. It's the role of defense in academies and technology and defense. So yes, meeting is
After the next panel discussion, we will have the registration and the presentation for the balance paper, few papers, right? Some papers to be presented today.
Murugesan sir. Okay, all right, yeah, we do. Just, I was re-clarifying. Okay.
So, 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5.
Okay.
Right.
All right, I think we've all settled down, and this is a final announcement to anybody who's outside and missing out on our amazing session to kindly come on in, grab the front row seats. See what happens in colleges, right? And I'm sure a lot of, is there anybody, teachers, please raise your hand. You must have noticed it, that the class actually fills from last row to first, right? This is exactly what is happening here. You've got such beautiful faces, you've come all dressed up, so how about you come on in the front row? Come on in the front row. Anybody who wants to do that? Huh? Come, please occupy front row seats so that we have a better view of all of you.
Organize the first seat was for the organizers, so we
Absolutely not. It is meant for all of you. Please come on in. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be starting off with our second segment for day 3 of the 14th ICCCNT. And the topic of discussion today is role of defense in academics and role of technology in defense. And of course, we always start with the leader with the toughest task, that is the moderator. How do you keep it all cordial? We will start with, okay, so of course, one tiny little question, waiting for a tiny little answer from your end, as in when we, so the question is, we'll give you some time. All of you are, yes, sir.
Last minute changes, we always adapt. Sundara Rajan.
Sir, we don't have his bio. We don't have Sir's bio.
With the 30 years of experience.
PVP Sundar?
Sundara Rajan, 30 years of experience in engineering.
Okay.
Teaching.
Oh, all right, okay. So because we are very generous, we will give you a little bit of time to prepare. First question will be for you. Okay, so all of you, the leaders coming in, all of you, and pay attention, panelists. You are the commander-in-chief of your team, right? I'm sure you're heading a team right now, an amazing team. How do you keep their Josh high? We will start off with Major Madan Kumar. A man who needs no introduction, of course. He's an engineering graduate from Madras University and did his PG in XLRI Jamshedpur. He has completed leadership certifications from Mars University and is an avid researcher of geopolitics and strategic studies. Let's give it up for Major Madan Kumar, Indian Army retired geopolitical analyst, Tamil Nadu, India. As the commander-in-chief of your team, how do you keep your team's Josh high?
So I would like to quote a real-life quote on this. Everybody would be aware of, there's a very famous legend called Field Marshal Marshal Sam Manaksha. You heard of his name? He's the one who got us the 1971 war. I have a friend from Dhaka. Yeah. So we lost a war in 1962 with China. You know, the biggest challenge in life is to get the team which is losing team to win, make them win. So he was then made the chief of army. So the Eastern Army has lost very badly in the 1962 war. So he said two sentences to motivate the entire army down. He said, "Gentlemen, I have arrived. There will be no withdrawal unless or until there is a written order, and those orders will never be written." So I would say to keep the, on a larger scale, if you keenly observe this particular word, it's very, very impactful. He didn't speak for hours and hours, it was very, very clear. Show the objective, keep reminding the objective, and the objective has to be so, so big, the objective has to be so, so ambitious and audacious. Your team gets that, Josh, the moment you remind them of the objective.
My God, my God. Making notes, Major, making notes. Fantastic. Thank you so much. Please have a seat. Our next leader we'd like to call on stage is Dr. TVP Sundarajan. Dr. TVP has been a professor for the past 30 years and is a leader in teaching. I mean, 30 years is a very, very long time, right? Fantastic. Dr. TVP, what would your answer be? How do you keep, as the commanding line officer of your team, how do you keep your team motivated?
Good morning, madam. The topic is the role of technologies in defense. So we are having what are the modern technologies which is supporting the defense.
Oh,
we
great.
Are ready to
absolutely. With the help of technology. Fantastic. Thank you so much, sir. Our next leader would like to call on stage is none other than Dr. Aditya Nigam, the technical committee member of IICCNT. With a big round of applause, of course, of Indian Institute of Technology, Mandi. My God, Dr. Nigam, I happen to be from Himachal, Mandi. So thank you so much for a fantastic representation. Ladies and gentlemen, a little bit about Dr. Nigam is he's received his MTech and doctoral from Indian Institute of Technology, Kanpur in 2009 and 2014. Presently, he's working as an assistant professor at IIT Mandi, Himachal in the School of Computing and Electrical Engineering. Fantastic. Dr. Nigam, what would your answer be? How do you keep your team motivated?
Whenever, as Sir is here from defense, so whenever he says that losing something, it's really big thing that he's talking about countries losing. But for us, by the way, our team is like our students. When I say we are losing, it's like that students may not be able to understand, they are not happy, or our papers here or there got rejected. So for that, my point is that there are two things that I always do. So whenever I teach, I mean, I should have to be that much amount of motivation while I'm teaching because our subjects are several times very complicated and boring. So I have to teach with a huge amount of passion, motivation, so that if somebody is sitting in front of me, he also feels that okay, this guy, when he is spending 1 hour and is spending each and every minute and explaining each and everything, why should he not be giving the attention? That's the first thing. Second thing is that instead of teaching to a class, every time I used to say this thing, that instead of teaching to a class, I only teach in faces. I see your face and change the way I am teaching. So several times I connect to the students, I say that what you are thinking, and I have some amount of experience, not like sir, but some amount of experience because of which I can also understand that these guys are not able to understand. Teaching the faces is something which is really meaningful, but don't work when you are teaching to 300 to 400 classes, a student class. But if it is a 50, 60, we can somehow manage it.
Fantastic, Dr. Nigam. I mean, we look forward to your session. If teaching faces is what you like to do, then yeah, faces are right here, ready to be taught. Fantastic, thank you. Our next leader we'd like to call on stage Dr. S. Siva Ranjani is a dean and professor in the Department of Computer Engineering and Science. She is presently heading 8C, SE and allied branches at Setu Institute of Technology, Tamil Nadu. Dr. Ranjani, what would your answer be? How do you keep your team motivated?
Being a professor of 60 students in a classroom, first of all, I will stand as a role model in front of the students. and I can engage my students and I can ensure they will have the happy learning. Automatically the students will be get motivated and get interested in listening the subjects. If they are listening to the lecture, automatically they will get into the applications and they will solve, try to solve the problems in real-time scenario.
Fantastic, Dr. Ranjini. Absolutely amazing. A very practical approach to our question. Okay. Our final leader we'd like to call on stage is Dr. K. Wenningston, the technical committee member of NIT Srinagar. A very interesting story of Dr. Wenningston. He's from Tamil Nadu and he's been in Srinagar for the past 3 years, which is as bizarre, I mean, a thing that I've heard. So Dr. Wenningston, 2 questions for you. First is how do you keep your team motivated? Second would be as a person from Tamil Nadu in Srinagar, right? How do you keep yourself motivated?
So first of all, I'm happy that I'm inside India.
Oh, okay.
It's no longer an issue. Language was a problem initially,
Yeah.
but slowly I'm able to meet the requirement, and I'm changing a lot, and not just for the sake of geography. India is known for multicultural civilization, you can say. So it is good to come across people of different states and knowing the culture from them. And it's really interesting.
Absolutely. Great. So that is how you keep yourself motivated. How do you keep your team motivated?
Yes, so we, the people from different disciplines, especially with different backgrounds, hopefully we would bring out information which discussions or sort of brainstorming on the chosen topic. Definitely the discussion is going to be fruitful for both the panel members as well as the participants.
Absolutely. And as ladies and gentlemen, can you bring for our leaders who will be heading, they sharing their perspective on role of defense in academics and role of technology in defense. Major Madan, stage is all yours. Thank you so much.
Good morning everyone, Jay. Thank you. So luckily today I got a post-tea session. Still I'll try to give you sleep. Okay, before we head into the panel, we will take you through at the max 7 to 8 slides. This is basically an introduction and to familiarize you into what are the opportunities available in defense. So I would request all of you to give kind attention because getting these many brains together in a place and with a one-on-one kind of an interaction is really rare. So let's make use of it judicially. So when we all think of warfare, the moment we think of warfare, battle, we get to see about rifles and then the artillery guns, the fighter jets, the missiles and the rockets and the bombs. So if you look at this graph, if you see, there is direct warfare and there is indirect. And there is peacetime and there is wartime. So India, our country, has been in kind of semi-peace war kind of a thing. We have fought 5 wars till date, active ones, kinetic ones. And we have been fighting terrorism in a couple of places across the country since 1990. So we cannot say that we are in a completely peaceful atmosphere. And most of the world, per se, is not in a peaceful atmosphere. So we are somewhere in the middle. So when you are in peace, why do you need defense? You need defense as a deterrence. You can negotiate with your enemy or you can negotiate with anyone only when you are at the stage of power. If you don't have, it's forget about defense country, it's applicable in our normal life. If you don't have the power to negotiate, then it's up to the other person to give you what he or she wants. Then we have a war scenario where we traditionally go into a war. The last one we fought was in Kargil. where we have seen all those, that was the first war which was shown live on a television. So you have seen all those gophers firing on our post event and recapture the very same month of 1999. But today the scenario has changed, where we are actually fighting an irregular war. Irregular war which we don't even get to see. The one best example was what happened in 2020-21 COVID. We had kind of moved past that. But if you all recollect the second wave of COVID, we would have lost at least somebody in our circle, whether it be the immediate family, extended family, or friends, or familiar people. So similarly, we have a domain which is fought non-kinetically, without weapons. The first one is information, the second one is cyber, the third one is psychology. So all three we have been fighting in day in, day out. Whether you call it a battle, you feel it or you don't feel it, we are actually fighting. This is where the computing, this is where the AI, this is where all your technical brains comes into play, because kinetic warfare will be dealt by the soldiers in the front line. The non-kinetic one is where we all need your participation, and where you can also see your career being built as an entrepreneur, researcher, academician, or as simple as a job in any government or a quasi-government agency. So I'll just show you a video, what we talk about technology. Sorry, I'm not as good as you guys in computers. So just check out this video. Is it visible? Can somebody help me? No, it's something. I don't click here for चलो
escape को वालों फिर कर दो the slides अब चल जाएंगे
Okay. No audio, you can just see the visual.
Is it rocket launch? Or volcano?
You can listen, that's up to you. This is open to you audience.
Or fire in the forest?
Fire in the forest is, you are being so into.
Yeah. I think it's a bomb explosion.
Yeah, it's a bomb explosion.
Is that the other drone?
Yeah, it's a drone. Okay. Now you saw, this is nothing but a drone which was used by the Russian military. It's called a kamikaze drone, which is nothing but a suicidal drone. It just is used once, and you have the option of calling it back as well. So this drone, the cost of it is $35,000. It runs on a 50cc engine, which is as good as your old TS50. The cost of the Panzer, the German hardware which it took, it's an artillery gun, is $18.4 million. The $18.4 million technologically superior, one of the world's best tank available, was just taken off in the battlefield by some technology, destructive technology, which is worth $38,000. This is what is warfare has changed. Warfare has got cost to it. It's all about economy. So this $35,000 drone was actually made by Iranian engineers who are like the maximum qualification of them would be an M.Tech. Few computer science students and electronics and mechatronics, they got together, they made a very simple drone. It's been fit with certain amount of explosives, goes and hits that particular tank at a given spot. If the tank is like completely armored, right? It has tons and tons of steel. You have to hit at a certain place to do it. So that's what they've done. So warfare has changed. This is what we call it as a window of opportunities. We have seen disruptive technologies in transportation. Ola, Uber, they don't own a single cab, but they are the largest cab operators in the world. Your Zomato or even your OYO rooms, they don't own any real estate. They're the largest hotel operators in the world. So something like this is happening in today's world. Disruptive technologies, all this has been designed by the people out here, somewhere in Iran, and it's getting replicated in Russia and various other countries. Now, when we talk about security, we also have something called internal security, right? So these days, the simple graph of it, I just took the research data from ORF, 323 drone intrusions in Punjab alone. 323 drone intrusions. You know what it carries? You see every day in the newspaper, drugs, tons and tons of heroines, explosives, narcos, and guns. And today, if you, technically you can note this down, or you can, that's available in the YouTube video. This is the operating frequency, 2.4 gigahertz to all the way to 915 megahertz. Currently, we are using a RF jammer, radio frequency jammer, to jam this. But now they have become smart. They have been using either GPS or Baidu, which is a Chinese navigation system. It's all Chinese drones. And we don't have an answer to stop these drones. So what we do currently is we engage them kinetically, which means I pick up my rifle, I aim at it and shoot. But is it humanly possible for our soldiers to keep looking at the sky 24/7 and shoot every possible drone which is coming in? Which is not possible. So that's where we need technology. So any one of you who can work on this to take this on non-kinetically, by means of jamming or by means of laser or any beam specific instrument or a hardware, then you will be red carpeted by the government and by the forces. This is one huge opportunity which has been kept open, one challenge which is just a case study. And this has very, very serious impact on our internal security, especially our population getting addicted to drugs like heroin or cocaine or MD or ecstasy, whatever we call. Not a good thing for our country, right? So this is one challenge. So as I told you before, the size of the pie is, can anybody guess? I already gave the answer. How much are we going to spend in next 10 years in terms of our defense tech? Yeah, it's excess of $250 billion. So this big is an industry, it is less crowded, we don't have much of a competition. So it's up to you and the young brains out here to go and grab the opportunity. So how do we do that? What are the opportunities available? We'll quickly go through it. So first is innovation. This is where all your research papers, researchers, academicians come in. Innovation is simple idea. So this is available in a site called idex.gov.in. You can go in there. So we have three. One is IDEX Prime, second is IDEX Print, and then we have something called DISC. DISC is nothing but Defense Innovation Startup Challenge. So far we have done 9 editions of DISC. DISC gives out specific problem statement. The Army, Navy, Air Force, they post a problem statement that this is what we exactly want. Any one of you, you don't have to have a background, nobody is going to check your degree, credentials, all you need to have is a great idea which can go and execute that particular thing. It may be as theoretical as it can be. The funding given by the one for this DSIC, if your ideas are getting selected, is 1.5 crore by the government. You will be equipped with all the latest technologies. The incubator is in Bangalore. The defense incubator is in Bangalore. It's a plug and play office. You can go. You can do as research as you can do. You want testing facilities, the government does it for free. So all you need to have is an idea which solves their problem. So where is the problem statement? It is there in the IDEX website. I'll just show you the link. Now again the same problem, no issues, because in the interest of time I'll share this PPT with you. So you can go to this site and see the challenge. So innovation, I have an idea, how do I go about it? as far as defense is concerned. This is the site. You can see the site quickly. So this is the application. I just deliberately kept it in the application page. You can go in here, you can fill up your details. You don't have to have anything. All you need to have is, I think, the Aadhaar card and your idea. That's it. Anywhere in India, you can work on this. And if you want to know what is the challenges which you want, I'll show you the challenges. So this is DSIC, Disk 9. Okay, this was specific to cyber security. This challenge got over on, I think, last month, March, end of March. So these are the services which are posted: Navy, Air Force, Army, GRSE, BEML, MDL, BEL. So I'll just show you one sample. Then I'll ask my learned panelist to see where it can be, how it can be done. This challenge is already over, the entry day is already over, but still we take it as a... So I would seek the attention of my panelist here. Design and implementation of GUI-based social media monitoring platform for intelligence and operations purpose. It is to challenge, to counter the cyber threat intelligence. So the key specification is design and implement a GUI-based social media monitoring platform for a periodic user-defined crawling of various social media platforms like Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, Discord. Based on user input queries, watchwords, and presents the result in a tabulated form, the platform should have the capability to analyze the crawled data and classify the data as per defined attributes. You're clueless, right?
No, I have done my engineering and I was working for Geo.
I'm clueless, that's why So I'm not a technical person, I'm just trying to put a platform. These are like just one challenge, you can keep scrolling on. Like this is another one. Development of advanced open source framework sanitization tool facilitating secure transfer of data between multiple air-gapped networks. It's Greek and Latin for me, but I say that this challenge is available. So, yeah. So this is what you need to go. IDEX is a site. Disk 10 is about to come. The 9 disk is over. The 10th will come. 9th is very, very specific to you. It's on computer science, it's on computing and cyber. So you can always go there and so in the interest of the time, I'll move on to the next slide. Sample challenges, we have seen it. The second is Make in India. So this is the website. Now I already have an idea. I know the subject. I generated a prototype, or I made a prototype, maybe an alpha version or a beta version. Now I want to pitch in somewhere. Now this is at a bit higher level. It is, all these projects are not meant only for individuals. It's all big ticket items, runs in crores and crores of projects. The current one published list is at the tune of around, I think, 5,600 crore Indian currency. So this, if you're working in an organization, or if you're an academician, if you're working in as a dean in a college, these are the bigger projects you can take on. I'll show you the sample. I don't know, the computer is dumb or I am dumb. Okay.
Now it's showing you.
Okay, so this is DoD, Department of Defense Production. These are the projects which they have given. So a lot of it is hardware, but there are a lot of computing as well. So we spoke about antennas and radio frequency antennas. So you can see the project like Advanced Extreme High Frequency Geosatellite for Secure Communication. Mobile multi-object tracking radar with detection range up to 250 kilometers. Training simulator for space activities. So this is getting posted by the government in the website. It will continue to remain for a year or so. If none of the Indian companies are able to make this, then obviously we need to go and import it. So that's the project line. So anything which are already up to it, or you want to pick up a bigger project, you already have a funding, seed funding or a venture funding, or you have somebody who has money to investors, you have everything ready. Should I go for a bigger project? This is the site. Now I'll quickly move on to exports. So till 4 years before, we had the great name of the world's largest importer, second largest importer of defense tech and services both. 98% of our defense needs were getting imported, not a great place to be. Today we have been able to export $1 billion worth defense tech and services. So if you have a product which may not be in the list of what we saw in the earlier thing, but still it is relevant to defense, so then you can export it. So currently we have tie-up with 63 friendly nations, and this is a site we have to go and click. So this is defensexim.gov.in. One watch out, I think you all are experts in systems. Do watch out gov.in. That's the most authentic site. There are a lot of phishing sites and private ones which try to min money. Don't ever pay anything to anyone. This is all available online. So this is the Ministry of Defense Defense Catalog 2022-2023 will be shortly published. So here you can see the list of companies which are manufacturing defense products and tech. So if anybody is looking for a career in defense tech companies, this is the place. You have the list of all, and who makes what is also there. So these are the 28 big companies that include public sector as well, who are directly involved in defense tech and services manufacturing. And if you want to see, for example, network, okay, I can scroll down. There are a lot of companies which do computing and networking related stuff in this. So this detailed thing is available in the site. You can go through it. Now we'll quickly move on to something called the government e-marketplace, gem.gov.in. This is nothing but Amazon for all the defense and central government companies. So any central government agency, be it Army, Navy, Air Force, Railways, anything, if they have to buy anything above a value of 25,000, they have to above 5,000, they have to mandatorily go through e-marketplace. So it's very simple. If you are a proprietor or a LLP, you just start a company, even a OPC 1,000 company will do. Go enroll yourself in GEM. You can straight away start selling products and services. It's as simple as listing a product in Flipkart or Amazon. It's as simple as it. This was started some 6-7 years before, and this year government has purchased in excess of 2.5 lakh crore through this website. It's a huge opportunity. All small-time entrepreneurs, I'm not into tech. All I want to do is say, for example, AMC of computers, printers, IT assets. So you can go and do it here. Or you can want to sell something which is very, very specific. I want to be a reseller for a printer cartridge. You can do it here. You want to sell systems, you can do it here. So all the government agencies are supposed to mandatorily purchase from this. This is nothing but a Amazon of India. Soon it is going to be open for common consumers like us as well. So I'll just show you a sample of how the gem looks like. So this is how it looks. So I deliberately kept it software. I did a search, simple key search. So where you can see this accounting software, hypervisor, I don't know what is hypervisor, language, multilingual software, foreign language software, localization software, electronic mail and messaging software, library management, crossfill, tomography, so and so. This is just an idea. So this is not only about services, it's all to do about products as well. So anybody who wants to become an entrepreneur, like I'm at home, I cannot move out, I have my domestic commitments. This is a place where you can look out for opportunities. So as I said, current year, this is in excess of 2.5 lakh crore, which is very huge. So the way it works is exactly like Amazon. You have a user rating. Any user rates you, Army buys it from you, they will rate you. Higher user rating, better price, gets you the best business. So this is one space which is currently the government is focusing. I'll go to this and then we'll come to this. So cyber, we have a habit of looking our nation's thing. What do we call our forces as? Defense forces. Aren't we supposed to be offensive? Defense is not about protecting myself, right? So we are changing the basic understanding of what our defense forces are. So we have National Cyber Coordination Center, who is the primary responder for any emergency in terms of computers. Massive cyber attacks on us, network shutdowns, anything. So they are responsible for CERT, which is Computer Emergency Response Team. We have a cyclone, the NDRF comes in, right? The army columns comes in, they do the rescue and relief. Similarly, anything to do with cyber, NCCC is the organization which is responsible for it. Army has launched its own CCOSW, which is Cyber Command Ops and Support Wing, highly technical, highly confidential. It's in Delhi, but we don't know where the location is. And then we have the Defense Cyber Agency, which was established a couple of years before. So there is a huge focus on India's cyber defense and also offense. When I mean cyber, it is defense and offense. Why? Because you would have heard of this attack on Indian power grid. Mumbai was out of power for excess of 18 hours, I think a year before. That was a cyber attack, which was done by Chinese state sponsor. They are all Chinese government employees. It was done by China. We responded to them in kind. So we did, there's a group in India, Evil Flower, you can find them in dark web. So they did attack on Chinese universities and Chinese healthcare. We just showed them the flavor that, boss, we can also mess with you. It was just a flavor. I'm not technically qualified to, detail panelist will do it, but this is all where we can partner in. So government also engages with private agencies, private companies to have both cyber defensive and also offensive capabilities. I'm repeating the offensive word for the fourth time because primarily when you design something, your young brain should also think of being offensive. So it has also accused India of launching a cyber attack on Pakistan using through some VPN, which is China. Basically, it looks like China has attacked Pakistan. Now, obviously, these guys won't. So cyber capabilities, both defensive and offensive, is a very big space. It's a very huge space. If any of you can want to partner in this, again, you can go to IDEX and check there. Or if you have some critical projects which is very confidential, my mail ID is there. You can always reach me out. I'll try to connect you to the right authorities who are involved in this. So now we will all go to the panelists. I just showed you the overview of what is available, what is the defense forces is actually looking at. Now the technical part of it, what all we can do, we will have a panel discussion. So this is what was shown to me, I think 20 years before. Do you have it in you? The question is up to you. So now we will go to the panelists. Thank you all. Jai Hind.
We just saw the poll statement. So, thank you very much. And after seeing certain things, I was also not aware most of these websites. And one thing is for sure that coming from IIT, we have got a nice interaction with DRDO, with engineers, army persons. They keep on visiting, and we somehow got certain problem statements. But these things are still, I can say that I was also not aware. And specifically like Make in India Defense, where he's saying that if you want to work on bigger projects, I mean, that's certain something which are really going to be very useful. About GEM, I can also tell one thing that all these IITs are also have to purchase, if you want to purchase anything, it's more than 5K, you'll have to purchase from GEM. I don't say that it's evolving, it's getting better, and very soon you will see that, as I said, that it's going to be utilized by normal persons as well, so that's going to be very good for. So now coming on to things about, so my area of research is biometrics, and in between one of my old friend as well as my colleague Dr. Surya Kumar, as Surya said, also arrived in between. So we have done our PhD under the same guy. So my area is also biometrics, and I just wanted to talk about few things. I don't know whether how much it's relevant, but just to give a flavor that certain things, how they can be impacted, maybe in defense. And after having some discussion with DRDO guys, they said that okay, we are also interested in this. Some biometric is like matching fingerprint, palm print, so essentially establishing the identity of a person, that who is this guy, and essentially that's the initial important thing. No matter you are in the real world or even in some digital world, identity establishment is something, it has to be seen very carefully. So it's a very idea I was talking when I was talking to someone that okay, several times it may happen that enemy started to have a some killed our army personnel, and they fought to their life and do everything whatever they can, but still something as mishaps happened, and it's our big loss. On top of that, their weapons are there, and these weapons are very costly. In fact, they have to be somehow being reassured that they should not be using that, otherwise a loss but squared. So and they essentially keep that thing. So the point was that it is possible to have a biometric based weapons. And I was proposing, because way back, at least 3 to 4, 5 years back, and I said that see, our doors are got biometric enabled, so I can't, and it performs well. I mean, fingerprint is very good, and it performs well. Now our phones, and now you can see that technology becomes very cheap, and on phone you are having that thing, it performs very well. I said this thing to them, and now understand the challenges, and there are no half measures. Phone, it may happen that 1 or 2 times you touch and it don't open, but there if it happens that he's saying that, then the other person is going to kill me. So you'll have to come up with some solution which is not like made for the general guys. Biometric is made for general guys. We can have it during the examination and all. We work on that. Surya said so many algorithms, so we can utilize our algorithm. But then the other things, other challenges are also being there. So that is one thing that I understand, that if you are working on some technique academically, there is a disconnect between us and the person who is going to even use. Defense is one thing, medical is another thing, which is again we are working on so much amount of MRI and these different scans, and the doctor says that see, you are not better than my eyes. How can you make an eye? And because that eye is having an experience of 20 years. And that is actually looking the same thing in 3 different ways. So that is the thing, and as I have said, that fingerprint, everyone say that why, it's very simple thing, you can apply that thing on machine gun, that's complicated, and then it's done. So there are so many complications. There is so what I understood is that within this discussion range, the point is that how can such dialogue happen? By the way, certain places, and I'm seeing that, as sir has already said, that 250 billion amount of money is going to be spent. A government is, I can tell you, trying to fund. Local government is also trying to fund. I can give you one example, that local police at Himachal, they used to come and some big mishap has happened. And he said that I am having a very small footage. Can you tell me that who is this guy? And the problem was that it was a normal CCTV and a very poor resolution, very poor. You can just barely figure out that somebody is stealing something and going out, and that's the idol of some old idol from some temple. So the point is that after that, the event has happened, you need to be proactive. So what are the things that you can do? Government wants, police want. My take on that is, after saying all that, my take on that is we need to have a dialogue is also in a way so that we can somehow train, because we are training students. These students got trained. Defense personals, and several times it happened when I was in IIT Kanpur. We were having persons from defense, they used to visit, and they do MTech and PhD. So what I felt is those guys still I'm in which is really innovative, and because they have done and have got that training, MTechs, so especially Air Force guy, defense guy, naval guy, we have all these friends and they are doing certain things which are really AI based, because AI is my area and they were doing along with me. So this is what I felt is that dialogue. So even if I sit with Major or maybe, so he will give me some raw problems. I will give him some raw solutions. And there is, a big gap between them. So there has to be some sort of physical, proper training between both of us. I mean, there has to be someone between both of us. He is not going to do, appear in the war. I am sure he may not be having that many capabilities, but he can be in between, and I will talk to him, he can talk to, and then probably we can have that sort of. So this is something that I felt. One small thing I add, then I'll give it to back it to sir. One idea. So with this, I just have got an idea, and we have discussed it with this. Some mishap has happened, and somebody has seen. So there is one project in which we are actually working, which is named as Hulia. So the Hulia is something that we try to come up with a forensic agent who can draw a face just from the description of the face. So text to face is anyways being happening. Huge amount of work you must have seen, and diffusion modeling is happening, and DALE 2, and so many different generators are being there. Now the point is, from text, if you can make a piece of art, but now it's not going to be a piece of art, it's going to be that if I give you a text, you need to make an accurate picture of, say, Shah Rukh Khan. Suppose the Shah Rukh Khan is there. I always give this name because everyone visualize who is he. So given the textual description of that guy, how clearly I can make a face which is not a piece of art, but it has to be matched properly with that guy, because that's the work of a forensic agent who is making that sketch. Such things are also being related to defense, and police of Himachal, they have asked, and we are working on such a thing, that how can we come up with this. So that's why I've said that you need to work closely with the person who is going to use this, and there is a big gap between. Yes.
I'll just change the question.
Yes.
We need to get the maximum out of all the PhDs here. So to sir, very specific because he's into computing. Sir, we just saw a statement of one issue where social media has been effectively used against the country. Like for example, what is happening currently in Manipur. So there's a video of the Myanmar army way back in 2018. They were mishandling a woman.
One thing I want to say.
Yeah. One.
So as far as the role of technology is concerned, and we all aware about how the internet was developed. After the Second World War, what will be happening? Suppose the Third World War will be coming. What is the technology we are going for to communicate quickly around the globe? So this question posed by US Department of Defense. So all of we know about the technology initiated is ARPANET. Today it was developed as an internet. So today in any country they are developing for developing missiles, country to country missiles. Rather than that, how to prevent the unnecessary data, the infusion of unnecessary data from the other countries, enemy countries, is a biggest challenge. So that's why I'm asking, sir, how to, for in case of any revolution, people are using the social websites. The military and other security personnel immediately take the first step they are taking to block all the websites or any social websites. So rather than the missile system, how to protect the social system is a greatest challenge. So some of the challenges you have mentioned also based on this. So we academia and the technological person and the social activities. So this is the greatest challenge. How we are protecting the technologies by the technologies for the people. So this is the greatest challenge.
So what sir said is absolutely right. We all would have felt it in our personal life. Some random picture of a woman or a man is getting circulated as he or she has done something bad, and they're getting victimized. Couple of suicides also have happened in our country. This is a very, very serious and a double-edged weapon. Social media is good to have. We should one of us socialize online these days. But this challenge, as sir said, is multi-pronged. We don't have laws which can really control it. Like any one movie getting banned. So we all know where we can get that movie. We can go use a VPN and download the movie and watch. So nothing can be banned as such. What we can do is effective monitoring of social media. Unfortunately, all the social media companies are either US based. So we don't have complete control on them. So this is a very tough situation we are in as a country. We have seen it in a lot of incidents in the past. The latest one is Manipur. So wherever all of you can plug in, academia can plug in, where the first step towards is to monitor, second is to filter, third is to fact find it, whether it is true or false, and fourth to act on it. So we are still at the first stage. So I would ask ma'am, if you can give us some idea, can something be done about at least the monitoring part? Whether the information which comes in is right, or whether the trending which happens against the country, against the institutions. So how do we tackle this one?
First, I want to request this panel and the members from government to have some one-credit course about the opportunities and the process what are all going in defense sector, because usually we are learning about the Constitution of India in 6th standard or 7th standard, where the children don't have the eligibility to vote, and I thank AICTE for introducing the course Constitution of India in all the technical institutions, where the students can have some idea about the applications. Absolutely, the technology has to be implemented in applications. India is known for the intelligent human resource. So the intelligence of the student should be useful for the India. That's why we are having Make in India concept now. So all the knowledge of the students should be applied for the Indian problems. So one of the major and interesting technical part is happening in defense sector. And through this forum, we are very new about hearing about the websites where the problem statements and how the Indian government is purchasing the software. This is the very new part we came to know through this session, and it will be useful for the students if suppose we are making all these components into one credit course, and we can introduce this course to all the batches. Through this conference, the faculty member can make the present batch students or the next upcoming batch students to follow these things. But if you are making as a subject, then definitely all the batches will came to know about the content, whatever is happening in the defense section. That is the first request from my side. And coming to your point, in the technological area of giving the solution for the defense application, usually the students are doing artificial intelligence based solution for so many commercial applications. They are giving the solution for business improvement, they are giving the solution for student attendance, they are giving the solution for any agriculture problems. And if suppose we are having the data which is related to the defense problem, then it may be useful for test the data with the help of artificial intelligence. It is not so easy to get the data actually. To do any AI-based algorithms, first and foremost thing is to get the clear data. We are getting the data about solar panels, we are getting the data about weather, we are getting the data about health information, we are getting the data about societal problems, we are getting the data about Facebook, Twitter chats, but definitely we cannot get the data about the defense problem. For that we have to meet and discuss with the defense people, and it is not at all possible for all the students. Suppose if you are interpreting the data, and suppose if you can generate the data with some duplicate information along with the parameters, and it will be helpful for us to develop the applications, and we can test our own algorithms with the defense data. And there is the possibility of implementing, and we can have some innovative solutions for the real-time problem in defense sector.
This is the greatest challenge, sir. In case of any traditional image processing or any face detection system, we are getting the data from standardized website. But in case of military applications, how we get is the greatest challenge, because they have some condition and limitations. Is there any specific gate, open gate for our research students getting the data?
Great insights, ma'am. This is like a really eye-opener. When we, just to substantiate your first suggestion, or I would say a great recommendation, I put in the forum that the different sectors as a subject of study has to be, what should be the level, ma'am? Like it should be the UG or the PG?
Sir, actually through AICTE and the new education policy of India, the students are able to have 1 credit courses of 15 hours in a semester. Okay. So on that 1 credit course, they will get to learn about a specific application, or they will get to know about the specific application which is most important for India. Okay. So on that way, we can introduce this as a subject, as a course, where what are the process taken into, what are the sectors available in the defense, and what are the processes going on, and what is the technical core part in the defense sector that can be taken into the syllabus. And the students, if suppose they are learning the syllabus, they have the interest in knowing all the things, and they can explore through websites, they can explore more by themselves.
Sir, to answer you, if there is a problem statement, if you are able to give a proposal, first cut proposal, so the defense per se works on standalone systems, it's not connected to internet, so you have to go work on site.
Yes.
They provide a standalone system. Army, Navy, Air Force has an internal AWAN, wide area network, so you can function in that. It's not connected with the World Wide Web. And you can sign a NDC, non-disclosure agreement, confidentiality agreement, and then we can take the projects. Once you sign it, then these images and all the things are available. Now coming to the last part of the panel, very, very important input about what we do. Generally, we have a perception about Indians as such, which includes all of us, is that we can't think, we can't design. So Chinese, we call them copycats, but it's fine. They are masters of reverse engineering. So 2 ways of doing it is forward engineering and reverse engineering, and masters of it's not a bad talent to have, it's really a good talent. Now I will put this challenge to Professor. Where are we in terms of designing, or are we fundamentally challenged in terms of design, or how is the journey so far specific to defense?
Yes, so as I think the answer lies with a point that was put forth by Professor Sivaranjani. So she said, for any modeling or modeling of a solution for any problem in general, which are solvable by AI or ML, DL sort of algorithms, data must be readily available. And any data may not be suitable for building AI, ML like models, and data should be properly prepared. And unless data is available, first of all, the way how we decide to apply AL or ML for solving any data-centric problems, we have to first have a look at the data. So we define the task after having an intense analysis on the data. So there is a process called EDA, exploratory data analysis. So we essentially carry out detailed EDA on the data, because the problems are generally coming from a non-technical domain, especially like defense and then financial sector or healthcare sector. So they just have the problem and they will not be even able to identify what are the suitable data on which the problem could be possibly solved through technology. Okay? So data should be made available for the one who is going to solve the problem. Okay? So even coming to designing solutions by using AI kind of technology, so data must be readily available, and always that's the tendency with any defense domain. They generally hesitate to disclose the data, as the chair pointed out that they provide to some extent, they keep the data physically available in their jurisdiction, and probably once we get the agreement, once we get the consent from them, probably we can physically visit and then get access to their data. Instead of that, what defense people could do, they could at least make the data available, which could be possibly accessible through API sort of things. So which could be securely connected to the one who wanted to access the data remotely. That may be possible. That's how even corporate companies encourages research. Which means we have Facebook data readily available, which can be accessible through APIs. The reason why they make those data available for the public use, especially for research purpose, they invite inventions from users. Especially they invite inventions from the students or the researchers. So they make the data intentionally available, and then moreover they will also keep track of the project outcomes that comes out of their data. Okay? So without disclosing any of them, we'll not be able to make use of their data, or we cannot make use of, we cannot even report the efficiency that we achieve on their data. So we are supposed to definitely express our courtesy towards the data that we access through their from their servers. The same thing goes with every other social media. Okay? So they make the data available through API. So that would be one of the suggestions probably that could be taken forward by the defense people. At least they can give us the restricted access towards the data, and most of the applications, the defense related problems which are listed in those websites projected by the chair, that is one thing that is mainly missing. So the labeled data are missing. So without data, so we will not be able to decide what will be the suitable algorithm to apply. So that is one challenge. And moreover, when I attended a conference recently at Chennai, in a private university, where I happened to get a chance to meet one of the directors from DRDO Delhi, and they have a technical team inside DRDO, and they are also working on, because they have access to all the data that they handle inside their organization, and there are dedicated teams working on remote sensing and then the textual data that are readily available in social media, but they are not ready to disclose their data. Okay, so when I requested for any data available which could be possibly provided by DRDO, actually she said that they don't have policy. So it would be a policy violation in case if they disclose the data to the research community for further fostering invention on such domain. So that is one problem. Okay, that's the limitation with every defense administration. Especially to supplement this, I would like to quote one real scenario that happened in 1930s. Okay? So when there was when the World War II was happening, so Germany was taking a lead. Okay? So they had very good, strong, secure communication system through which they were passing message to their allies in order to target many other countries. I don't know much about the World War II history, who are the participants and who are the participants. But still, this would be very relevant for the context of this particular panel discussion. Okay? Then British was against German. Okay? So British had ally some other countries, and British had formulated a team of experts in order to decode the message that was exchanged between their enemy countries. Okay? And those days, the German country, the country Germany was using the system called Enigma. I think some of you might be aware of it. As people from computer science background would definitely be aware of the story. It's not a story; it's a thing that happened in the reality. Okay? So then they formulated a team of experts to decode the message passing that happened between and they had access to the message happening, which was in the encrypted form, and then they decided to hire a mathematician, so who can probably decode the encrypted information, so in order to get the access. So then they decided to add one mathematician into their analytic wing called Alan Turing. I hope every one of us would be aware of who Alan Turing was. Okay? So who is the man behind the modern computing, who is considered the father of modern computer, we can say, not the Charles Babbage for sure. So he could be considered a father of computer, but not the father of modern computer. So most of his inventions were completely hidden by the army. That's what the history says.
And most of the technology coming from the army.
Yes. So even actually the Turing, there is an award called Turing Award, which is considered Nobel Prize for computing. The people who have received Turing Award in 2018 for their contributions in deep learning and AI sort of things. So they have been working for the past 4 to 5 decades on AI and deep learning and machine learning related stuff. And they pay credit to Alan Turing. They believe that the inventions on AI deep learning was started at the age of Alan Turing time. But we don't have any historical proof what he has done, what are the problems that he has formulated. So whatever inventions that were leaked out of the contributions that he has done for the British Army, that is what the theory that we have till now. Okay? So no one is able to actually break those theories, and probably in coming days it will be possibly.
See, that's a thing we heard from the academy. Ma'am also shared the same thing. But what happens in defense is the biggest element which makes you win is a factor of surprise. It's certain cards which we hold close to us, so we don't reveal it. So I just keep my hand behind. I keep positioning that as if I have a knife. I really don't have a knife. So that's a positioning we do, or maybe I have a gun, I position it as a knife. So that's how the battles are won historically, and we will continue to do so. There are a lot of other things which we do. If people share it wantingly or unknowingly or knowingly, we'll end up in official secret acts, which is quite nasty in our country. So, but point taken, we will communicate this, including a credit program of defense sector and the API extension format. Now I will hand it over to you, sorry.
Rachel, can you have a big round of applause for all the switch on the mic as well. Alright, so a couple of questions, like see this particular session is being watched globally, and we've got quite a few questions pouring in as well. So one question and one leader can take up the answer, and we will switch to the next question there. Can you hear me firstly?
So in the meantime, I'd like to share my experience. So I was doing my master's and I had a... Hi, I'm Sakshi. I'm working at Adobe as a senior computer scientist. So when I was doing my master's, I had a chance to work with DRDO closely, and the remote sensing data, they don't share it. You can't even take pen drives and take a snippet of data out there. They will have you fully inspected and then you go inside. So the thing is, when researchers work, that is creativity. They don't have time. Like, I can start in the middle of night. At that time, I was like that. I would wake up at 2 a.m. and start computing something which I just got an idea of. So you can anonymize data. You can just rename that data, that it no longer becomes sensitive and it becomes gibberish for anyone who is understanding.
Declassify data.
Yes. Just interpret it.
Same thing I was thinking. You can make it anonymous, like we use medical data. There also we don't want to disclose whose data.
Yeah, actually the problem here, ma'am, is the law has to be amended. It's a constitutional process. Official Secrets Act is 1857. Yeah, we'll just complete this and then we'll go for audience.
See, the thing is, we're running out of time, but
Okay,
5 minutes.
yeah, 5-10 minutes. Okay. So the very first question, and then the leaders can take it up as well, right? In developed countries like USA as well as China, what happens is they don't import weapons. They are well known for creating their own weapons, right? But that's not the case in India right now. We happen to import a lot of our weapons, but there has to be a balance, right? See, the thing is, when you create your own weapons, there's a lot of research that happens. There's a lot of families which are actually earning their resources from doing the research and building the weapons. So there is a balance between how much of it can you import and how much of it can you export. India as of now is completely one-sided in the sense that it's importing a lot of weapons and artilleries. So what is how would you want to replenish the balance in India?
So we have the Atmanirbhar program, self-reliance in defense, which has been headed by the Prime Minister. He himself personally monitors this. 3 reasons to it why we haven't been able to manufacture. The reason number 1.
So this is entirely for secrecy.
Yeah. Hope I'm not missing.
Secrecy purposes only. Please continue.
Okay, so the reason number 1, when you want to attempt something, create something on your own it takes time. It needs an ecosystem. So for that, there should be a period of peace. There's no war scenario. But unfortunately, we fought a war in 47, then 62, 65, 71, 99. 71 and 99 was a period where we should have actually focused. We haven't done it. Political reasons and reason for, we need to have the will to do it. If today, I'll give you a classical example of import versus make. So a company in Pune makes an artillery gun, attacks. It's been made by L&T and Kalani Defense Systems, which is in trial. Now, Army needs a certain specification. It has to work in Siachen -56 and to +55 in Barnet. So I have a requirement, and as told, the trigger just waits. You have to press it in seconds. So Army has got a dilemma: should I import and then satisfy my security need to the fullest, or I take a risk of an untrialed weapon. So this is because of Galwan scenario. So we been constantly we were either in war, so it's not a mistake that we went. But this is the time we are pushing forward. So to answer your question, we have positive indigenization list, which means there is a list of 1,000 odd items which no force can import. They have to buy from India. So the research is on. The second thing is we don't have an ecosystem. Third thing is a bit more political. I don't want to sound controversial, but the third main reason is it's always easy to import. You have money, just go buy whatever you want, then make it yourself. So all the 3 reasons made us lag behind for quite some years now. But we are good in crisis management. When 2020 we saw a footage of a Chinese PLA's drone which was carrying hot food being served in this thing. It was all gimmicks, it was all drama otherwise. It was a propaganda video. So it took exactly 2 years for us to actually make the drones and deploy. So we are quick enough to do it, but because of the right in mind available here. But still we have a long way to cover in terms of defense manufacturing, being self-reliant and then export.
My God, Major, this is such a great perspective, right? Because when we say...
I think it's supposed to be in secret.
It's for you. Okay, so what a great perspective, right? Because just on paper, if you were to see that India is constantly importing, which if you just extrapolate on this point means we don't have bright young minds, like you said. But what a great perspective to think that do we have enough time to sit back, relax, and even think about research when you're constantly in crisis management, right? So
see, look at Europe. They haven't fought a war post World War II. Mostly they were peaceful. Norway, the Nordic nations, we were constantly at war. 5 wars is 4 years.
Point taken.
So let me add one more thing to this, maybe from academia, that as Saran said that, so the point is that forget about weapon, we even do not have our own operating system. Yeah. It's the biggest thing, and if I say that I wanted to make an operating system, everyone say why you wanted to make a wheel again.
It's already there.
It's already there. We use whatever the systems which are being there. This is not coming from me. Yesterday, just before yesterday, I was having one IF person, and we were having some discussion at IIT Mandi, and he was saying the same thing. Sir, you just see our ATM system. It's a very simplistic, bare minimum system, and nobody can change anything into that, and it's perfectly working. But we do not have our operating system, and the fact is that for that funding is required, you reinvent the wheel, and that wheel initially don't work well. And as sir has said that for the defense specifically, you can't have a second major, you will have to import. Now to that, my answer is that just understand, it's not the case that we do not have brilliant minds. In fact, all the brilliant minds are anyways coming from India, here or wherever, US or wherever. Top guys are from India. The point is that, are we training them to probably reverse engineer the thing? There is not a single course which has been given, as said by madam, that the courses are the things from which we train the students. Our training is how to develop deep learning, how to develop AI, how to develop this, how to develop that. But do we have a course or maybe have a stream in which reverse engineering is being taught? Now suppose that he purchased something, imported something which is state of the art, machine gun, or suppose that even this is there, I am sure that our student, if we train them that if you take this and how to open it up and re-engineer the whole thing, that is the thing that actually is not being there in any curriculum of any university. Or maybe have a very small components, some open, but nobody knows how to open a TV, old TV, new TV, and how to reassemble and do the thing. And as sir has said, I have written that the copycats, it's not being seen in the best of the words. Copycat, nobody wanted to be a copycat, at least in India. If I say that, hey, you need to make this thing, just copy. Your faculty is going to see you, everyone is not going to see the thing in the same way. Everyone say, what's the novelty in that? Even we also have the novelty in that. You just have taken the code and started to run the thing. But that is my point, that we are not also actually training the guys for this purpose. Yes.
Fantastic points, Dr. Indam. We've got a couple more questions which we'd like to throw for our other three panelists as well. Okay, so one question that we got was, government in a lot of developed countries, right? They have wings like FBI and DoD, right? So basically, your secret, your defense, which work very well with the academic wing of their own country. That is a gap, right? The very reason why we're having this discussion is because there is a gap. So, what would be your thoughts on this question, particularly for the panelists? What would be your take be?
Actually, in present talk in the industry and academia is industry-academia gap. And from today onwards, we have to talk Indian government applications and the gap between the academia. Then this phrase can improve the young talents to involve themselves in the Indian projects. So we are making students to work for industries. That's why we are giving more important for the industry academia, to fill the industry academia gap. If suppose from today onwards, if we work for fill the gap between the industry academia and the Indian government applications gap, definitely in course of time, India will have our own operating system for defense.
I have a question. Major and Aditya, I have a question for you. So like Department of Defense or like FBI or police, any government sectors, they work with academia, they give new problems. Example like crime scene investigations or a lot of biometric problems. So they give a problem as a solicitation. So please work and give new. So the professor has an opportunity to work the new algorithms, updated contemporary algorithms. So any if you want to give justice to the people, right? So you take a statistical evidence which is proven by the professors. So this kind of opportunity is given by different sectors to the academia. So both are well connected, well bridged. So in that way,
the professors get sharper knowledge and they can create a good workforce to the nations. So this is how the developed countries is able to flourish the professors and the students. Now, here there are a lot of problems like police, CBI and other things, but why we are not able to bridge the gap? So is it anything political or is not a part of the culture? So what has to be done in the upcoming days to bridge the gap so academicians and students can get benefit out of this? So this is, I'm curious, what has to be done for the upcoming days?
I'll answer the administrative part of it and Doctor will answer the academic part of it. So I'll just give you a background. We all know Raja Hari Singh signed the Instrument of Accession, Kashmir, with India. The thing is, so the Instrument of Accession was prepared and then it was brought from Kashmir to Delhi. The war was by then on, the Pakistani army was already had captured a couple of places, they came all the way to Srinagar. So the Raja said, okay, on behalf of me, somebody else will sign it. So the next level of people were here. Nehruji was then PM, he said, okay, sign it and then we'll send the Indian army. So the bureaucrats said, no, this is not the format, right format. Change the format and you can't sign, only the Raja can sign. This is a bureaucracy. And then by then they changed the draft and then it was signed by Raja Hari Singh. The Instrument of Accession was formalized finally. Pakistanis by then took 21 square kilometers of Kashmir from us. So we are a bureaucracy driven country. So the answer to this is simple. You can face this in everywhere, anywhere. Anything to be given, any academia, anything to be given, then the first thing comes is who will sign it, what will be there, the agreement. I gave this example is because that's the mindset of bureaucracy. With all due respect to my bureaucratic friends who may be watching this video, sorry for that, but that's a fact. So today's world has changed, we need to react much faster. And she has an appetite to work at 2 a.m. in the morning, the DRDO lab has to be open at 2 a.m. in the morning. You can't have a 9 to 5 working culture addressing the modern day 21st century problems. So that's the basic issue we have. It's more to do with culture. How open are we? So DRDOs and a couple of other agencies sign an MOU, a Memorandum of Understanding with a few educational institutions. Then after they start sharing it, I would like to ask Doctor to, because they have signed a lot of MOUs with IIT especially. So over to you, sir.
Thank you. So as he has said that in the question that what one can do. So before that I can tell you that yes, that's true that IT Multi also have a MOU with DRDO and I myself am having a project in which we are trying to figure out that who is this guy, while just figure out that the way in which he is walking. There's a third person gate recognition. And everyone was saying that data is an issue and believe me, 2 years and we have got at least 2 to 3 papers, still we didn't have got the data. That's true. And that's going to happen. We have got the algorithm working, we have got published in good places. And there are issues. But what we have done is that we have worked on some of the publicly available data, we have waited patiently. And finally DYSL Bangalore has provided a huge amount of data. And what surprisingly what happened is that we were working on most general data. It's actually a difficult problem when I make it to a person can work, moving in wild. For me, it's not a controlled scenario. I have said that you can work, move in wild, and it's going to be the most generalized thing. So if and when I see the data, it's actually a subset of that. So I assume that my algorithm should be working on that. We just have to tweak the thing. But that is one thing that I understood, that if you feel that data is not being supplied, you can use some data which is most challenging that you can think of. And assume that the other data that's going to come to you, it's going to be some subset of that. Believe me, after that, the point is that IIT, so we have certain MOUs with defense is having with IITs. My point is that see how many IITs are there and how many faculty members are there, and we are also having huge amount of stuff to train to students, and then we can have 1 or 2 projects. So if I wanted to have more than that, I can have. But my suggestion is that if DRDO also started to have MOUs with other institutions, NITs, triple ITs or private institutions where they feel, I mean, the thing can be done, because of which they are not getting projects.
Yes.
So that is my take on that. And just to add one thing onto what Madam has said, that's a very interesting point that she has said that you can come up with a, your needs in a course. Now see, course and teaching is a different art. Everyone can't teach. So if I say that, sir, can you explain your thing? You can explain in a way. But in army, there may be certain 3-4 guys who can plan a well-defined course, and there is a proper medium which is called as NPTEL. You upload that course on NPTEL, maybe a 1-credit course of 14 lectures, and different NITs, triple ITs, even IITs, we can say that, okay, you can do this course and we are going to grade you depending upon that, and with that probably they can understand your whole thing. And those guys who are teaching over there, it's a consistent single material they used to get that, okay, these are the demands of defense.
So the website is NPTEL. So
Yeah, NPTEL is the portal of,
okay.
And you can plan your course and the 14 lectures on YouTube. That's actually on YouTube, so freely available.
Yeah. So just an update on this. Army has just opened up the doors. There's a handle called, there's a directorate called ADGPA. You can find them on Twitter, Facebook, ADGPA. So they are the official people who can correspond. You can always tweet them, they do respond. So as far as getting this defense forces to your campuses, I would request all academicians here. There is a program called Know Your Army. It's an outreach program. So you can contact any one of them, or you can just email me. We can get the Army's latest weapons and equipments displayed at your college, maybe during an annual fest or an exhibition or so, where we can have a first-hand experience of what this life is all about. We have, in Chennai, we have done it for a couple of colleges. In Mumbai, we did. So that program is available for all of us. Second thing is, as sir said, it's better Army develops its own module, Navy and Air Force develops its own module, because these three are three different diversified organizations, and upload it in the portal where everybody can serve it. But as far as the data is concerned, I would say in the current Ukraine-Russia war, the maximum data, the war data which came in was not from the governments actually, it is OSINT, open source intelligence. So you can just check OSINT. OSINT is like, its future it is going to be, the government will always give a biased data. Ukraine says that they have killed so many Russian forces and Russia says the other way. The actual data comes from the OSINT. So I would all encourage you all to look at OSINT as in career as such, with open source intelligence, OSINT. Okay, open source intelligence. You can just Google it. A lot of Russians and Israelis are doing it. Israelis are doing it. They are number one in the world. Nothing stops us from doing it. All it requires is a good internet connection with a good laptop. So OSINT is one area where you can type. Any?
One question, maybe one more question. In USA or in developed countries, there is some act or some security measures have been taken to protect women's safety, whether they work in defense or in public sector or in academic institutions. But in India, there is no such provisions. So my question is, sir, what measures can we take to protect women's safety, or can we make any technology so that we can enhance the women's security?
Technology is the future everywhere. Where any sort of safety, women's safety, children's safety, the tech has to be applied. As far as the laws are concerned, yes, we do have problems about implementing it. How many of your organizations have a POSH training? Prevention of sexual harassment at workplace. We don't have. It's just done as a tick in the box. Every organization is supposed to have a Visaga commission. There need to be a helpline for women to reach out, anonymity, a lot of things are there. The laws are existing. The problem with this thing is it's impossible for the government or the law agencies to go into each and every workplace and to ensure this is happening or not. But the moment something happens, these laws are applied there and it is really, really stringent. It's really stringent. Trust me, it is much more than US. US you can get away. With if you have a better lawyer, legal attorney, you can get away. India it's not possible. We do have laws. It's all about awareness and implementation. I had done this training for one of it's a Japanese company, has a factory in remotest part of Tamil Nadu. There were only 2 women employees. They did a post training with all the males, 500 plus males in the factory. There were only 2 women employees, and one was from the admin and one was from the shop floor. So it's up to us to drive it. Because see, people out here, all of us are the future leaders, are already leading something. It may be as little as a classroom or as big as a university or as big as a country. It's up to us to do it. I think it's all about the enforcement. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We are running out of, sir, we are running out of time. Is that, can you take one question?
Yeah.
Okay, so two questions actually.
Okay, be precise and be, like don't stretch it. Be crisp. Okay. Okay.
Thank you so much.
So, the next question will be yours on the final.
My name is Prasanna. I'm from Chhattisgarh. And since we are talking about the warfare technologies here, so I would like to draw attention to another problem, that is inside warfare, what we call as Naxalite areas. Like we all are aware about the Naxalite problems in Chhattisgarh, right? So I think that warfare technology should be implemented in that also, because we have a lot of problems there. And I think it will be a big challenge to implement such warfare technologies, because it is Naxalite areas are currently unexplored. Second important thing is that language problem. You know, the vernacular languages, the local languages, even they are not well known in whole India. Like Bone tribes, you know, tribal languages are very difficult to understand. So I think natural language processing can work there. So I request the great minds here to explore this area also.
Thank you, that was a wonderful suggestion. Naxalites, yes, we are dealing with it. 10 years before, there were 67 districts which were infected with Naxalism. Today it is down to 21. In another 10 years it will be 0. So you got your point, right? To do that, we need to have a tech enabled. Tribal is very much part of our country. Everybody has equal rights in this nation. So how do we communicate to them, their upbringing, all these things, you know, matters. So any one last question? Okay.
Rajat, the question is to you. So you were mentioning about Make in India. So there are some point of issue is to fund for the big projects. So what's the culture for the defense ministry in Bangladesh of India? If any point of issue want to solve any big problem, so do you or do the finance ministry or defense ministry go for the PPP, like private public partnership, or the BOT model?
So we have both BOT and PPP, both build, operate, transfer and public-private partnership. It depends on what tech it is. I'll give you one example. If you are from a native of Bangladesh, a non-resident of India who wants to do this, legally you need to have an Indian partner. You can just partner with one of them and you can start a company and do it. BOT, mostly the DRDO's specific projects are BOT. Like I'll give you an example of one project done by Defense Food Laboratory, where they made a special packaging. Even at -55, you can have a hot idli in summer. For us, it looks so easy, but if you look at, imagine yourself at -55 at a height of 20,000, this really motivates you. So this technology was built by them, but DRDO doesn't get into production. So this was given to an Indian private company. For 5 years, they should supply this to the Indian Army at a specific rate, and after that, they are free to use the technology for their own commercial purpose. So that's how it works. So we're through?
I think we are, thank you so much. So, just thinking about yesterday we were having this conversation where I was asking, so like, how are we finding food in Srinagar? I think that technology was really not finding immediate inside Srinagar. I said, God does not have the concept of it.
So actually, to answer your question, right, we shouldn't be strict to the society. Say, for example, I belong to a place in a southernmost end, and I consume, we are habituated to consume a set of foods on a daily basis. So if I stick to the same culture at Srinagar in an extreme climatic conditions, So that will not be fair. My body first of all will not accept. So actually we are slowly now moving to the culture of Kashmir. Actually the way how they handle the extreme climatic conditions. The one good thing about Srinagar, especially to handle protect their physical body from the climatic conditions, there the liquor consumption is very little. Okay, so religiously they don't tend to consume alcohol to keep their body warm like Western countries, right? So that way, the people from Kashmir are really unique. The way how they naturally control or naturally adapt to live with the climatic conditions. So during there are two major things which are known which are globally known. The Kashmir is the major production of saffron, right? Saffron and walnut. So both of them are considered body warm, especially during the climatic conditions. Actually, I was not aware when I first time went to Srinagar. So the walnut was cheap there. So we purchased kilograms of walnut and we started eating it in the month of April, May, June. So actually our body did not accept it. So later we came to know that we got all the bubbles in our tongue that it completely burnt. So actually it will, so that's the way, they are how to say, we should not try to implement the same thing that happens in our home state, and we should try to mingle with the culture.
Absolutely, this is a life lesson. Adaptability is the key to everything. Fantastic. Ladies and gentlemen, can you big round of applause for all the difference in the offensive area is very safe. That's thank you. You can have brilliant audience. A big round of applause from us. Because we come to the end of day 3 of our panel discussions, of our experience sharing, and but there's little more surprise waiting for all of you because we at IEEE and ICCCNT are super jealous. I request Dr. Prakash to kindly come on up and share a few informations with each one of you.
Dear all, thanks for your support. It was very fascinating. This won't happen without your support. So the next event will be, two things will be going parallelly. One will be, you'll be having a sessions, audience has to register and go to the session. Then another event will be, we will be having an IEEE promotional event. Okay, so interested people who would like to join in IEEE, you can come and discuss with us. And then also, we are also, the 3 societies are there. We are promoting 3 societies on behalf of ICCCNT. So this will happen, this event will happen at this location, 510, from around 1:35. Okay, so you can finish your lunch. People who don't have sessions and who like to participate in IEEE promotion event, please stop at 1:35 at the same place. The remaining people who are supposed to have a presentation, you will first register and go to your spots. Okay? Thank you so much for participating.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very soon.
Registration on lunch happens after.
An organization for researchers and industrial people is not motivation enough for you to join IEEE, then you can hear from the horse's mouth. We've got the brightest minds representing IEEE and letting you know how would you be benefiting with joining IEEE, as well as benefiting to the society, of course. So before that, I would request Dr. G. Murugesan to kindly come on up and let us know, sir, what would you say? Why should we all join IEEE?
Good afternoon. I'm a senior member in IEEE. I became a senior member just a year back. When we started ICCCNT conference, we decided to become a member of IEEE. So for the past 15 years, I have been a member, and last year I became the senior member. We know IEEE Professional Society advantages, the numerous advantages it has in the multi-field, not only in some societies like Industrial Application Society, Communication Society, and IEEE Packaging Society. Not only the societies, right? We know the applications and activities of IEEE, including the ICT group, Information and Communication group knows the standards being developed by IEEE. IEEE standards and RFCs we know, right? Request for commands. So there are a lot of white papers, RFCs, and lots of, even if you take this wireless network, the complete standardization is done by the IEEE standards, 802.11, right from 1 on 2, there is a many standards till today, it is keep on developing, right? So it is a very biggest forum, professional forum in the world. There is no other forum to this much of in volume and this much in activities. So really, everybody can feel proud to become a member of IEEE, right? So with this, I request Prakash to take this stage.
Thank you, Professor. So I'm very delighted to be part of this event. Then I'm very proud to do this event because I'm very thankful to three societies, IEEE Electronic Package Society, IEEE Professional Communication Society, and Industrial Application Society. So I enjoyed a lot with these three societies. So like me, I also want to give opportunity to many scholars, fellowships, then academicians, then industry peoples. So this event is a seed for many people to join the society. So we found like 6 and 7 people on behalf of conference. They became an IEEE member and also these societies. So I introduce everyone, let them introduce themselves, and they also introduce, they will talk about what societies they have joined. They also say why they have joined.
Conference is sponsoring them to become a member.
This conference is proudly sponsoring them to become an IEEE member, and also they can pick one society, whatever they suits them for whatever the research they are doing or whatever they are passion. So, so this is like a seed for many people. So like that, we like to do many activities in the future, which can enhance their interest in many things. So let them start with Madan. So Professor Major Madan. So he's a retired major, and I'm first time inviting for this event. So Madan, what do you feel about this IEEE conference?
Thank you, Dr. Prakash. And first ever time I'm attending a conference of this stage. When you called up, I think a couple of months before, when you explained about the concept of getting the academia, industries, and people like us who come from the defense background all together, this perfectly synced with where as a country we want to be. So we are currently in a phase of indigenization. We want to be self-reliant in defense especially. So I was keen, I couldn't say no to you, I attended this, but I was a bit skeptical that what is it exactly all about. Past 3 days out in Delhi, in IIT Delhi, I feel this is a great step forward, and I was excited right from day one till now. Whatever has been happening here, be it the technical paper presentations, or the various academia people who came in, and people from industries, I think this should continue. I would personally, myself, because I am also an engineer, would want to be part of IEEE, and I would take a membership for sure. And in the coming years, I think we should have more interactions, such interactions, and such symposiums and workshops, wherein we also get the industry together. So today, when we all spoke, even Professor Nikam, when he spoke, and a couple of students, research scholars, they all shared one common thing, is that those people in academic, students, or even the professors are excellent mind, they have great ideas. The industry, the user, the end user, the defense forces, they do have a lot of needs, and it's something which is needed to connect this, to bridge this one. So we need industry, we need the end user, and we also need the academia and students. I think this makes a perfect platform, IEEE and NT. I think this is a great place to be in. I would suggest all the researchers and students community to take a membership. See, every college has its own forums and this thing, but what makes this unique is it's an international forum. Like the 600 research papers which was presented yesterday and last days we have seen. It's a great learning for myself. I've been out of academics for quite some years. It's almost 15 years plus now. This forum is a great opportunity for all of you. Global knowledge actually expands your scope of what you want to do and how you can do, both ways. So I think this is the right forum for you all to be participating, be it as an academician or be it as a student, professor, or people who are like me, who know what the end user wants, and the industry of course. So good luck to Rakhi.
Major sir, you introduce yourself for a minute because the globe, the people.
Okay. So for people who don't know me, I was in defense forces from 2003 to 2009. Then after I went for an upgradation in XLRI to do my management program. Post that I was in the corporate world for 10 years, worked for 4 different companies, Coke, PepsiCo and Nestle and Mars. Post that I chose to become an entrepreneur. I'm a consultant by profession and I'm also a farmer. And on a passion, I am a public speaker and I act as an interface between the young minds, the colleges, the schools and the end user, which is the defense. So I try to act as a bridge to get this both so that we become self-reliant in the years to come. Next 10 years, the decade ahead is going to be very, very crucial to us. So I have a role and I do play my role as part of it. Many do it. I'm just one simple stone in the entire bridge we are trying to connect. Thank you all, Jay.
So, Mr. Madan will be part of IEEE under Industrial Application Societies. Give him a big hand.
Okay. So industrial application straight away is my domain, where I'm not an academician by the way. So what the industry wants per se and what you all can offer. So this thing has to sink somewhere. Any knowledge or any thing which we create in our life has to have certain amount of application. Otherwise it becomes a theory. So we will, in the days to come, we will actively engage with the student community, with the academia, so that we have this knowledge which you have is getting applied somewhere, especially for the betterment of the nation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Major Madan. What an honor of IEEE to have somebody as astute as you are, and I'm so happy to see you become a roaring brand ambassador from the start itself, even before joining. So thank you so much. Thank you. And as Dr. Prakash and Dr. Murugesan rightly said, right? Oh, so yeah, please.
The next 2 academicians also like to join in Industrial Application Society. Kevin just became an IEEE member and also joined IEEE Industrial Application Society. And Dr. R.S. Roymani is an already IEEE member, and today he will be part of IEEE Industrial Application Society. So give him a big hand for this joining IEEE membership. And please give your views why you want to be part of an IA.
Good afternoon, everybody.
Madam, maximum 2 minutes.
Okay, sir. 1 minute I will take. Already I am a member of IEEE with the Signal Processing Society. Today, after seeing the various applications of industries whom they have, many participants have presented, I am very happy to join the Industry Application IEEE Society so that we can bridge the gap between the industry and the academia, and we can learn more contemporary practices which is happening in the industry and which will add value to the academicians. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I am Kavin Kumar. I am a professor in Congo Engineering College. I was the coordinator of Industry Institute Partnership Cell in my college. So I find it a right way to join in this particular society to interact with the industry people. This is the right forum where the industries can present their problem and we academicians can work on the problem and give a better solution for the society. I hope joining this society, I become a proud member. Thank you.
One more student, her name is Swati from IIT Kanpur. So she'd like to join as a part of IEEE member and IEEE Industrial Application Society. Swati.
Good afternoon everyone. I am from IIT Kanpur, Perception and Intelligence Lab. And coming to this conference, it gave me an opportunity to understand and know about different societies that IEEE is offering to academia. And after also listening to a lot of presentations that have happened, I became interested in joining industrial application society. And I'm looking forward towards insights that industry can provide to academia and bridge that gap, as ma'am rightly said. So I'm looking forward to this opportunity.
Thank you so much. So, in addition to IA, so now I would like to introduce the other members.
Please be here, we have a photo. All of you.
So, apart from IA, I would like to introduce other members who would like to be part of Professional Communication Society. Professor Kanishma Paul from NIT Agartala. So she is already an IEEE member. From today, she would like to be part of Professional Communication Society.
I am already an IEEE member. So I'd like to join IEEE Professional Communication Society, which will ultimately help me in growing my professional development, and finally it will help me to have professional knowledge in writing the research papers, journals, and the conference papers. And I will also request my students and the young generation or the researchers to involve in this society, which will help you in gaining good knowledge in writing the research papers. Thank you.
So we have 3 more students who are willing to join as a part of IEEE Professional Communication Society from IIT Delhi.
Hi, I'm Shifali Gupta. I'm a research scholar at IIT Delhi. I'm from Neurocomputing Lab. I work in the field of communication, so I would like to join this IIT Professional Communication Society. This society will help me to present my work in front of other researchers and will allow me to connect with other researchers around the globe. And it will connect me to the society itself. That's why I want to join this society, and I would like to thank sir for this opportunity. Thank you, sir.
This is Raghav. I am PhD student at IIT Delhi with Neurocomputing Lab. Being electrical engineer, I have been part of IEEE membership. IEEE and right now I have been working on communication system along with computational neuroscience. So this society would, being part of this society would help a lot, would give opportunity to attend conferences in this society, and that's why it will be helpful for me to connect and network with other people of the society. Thanks.
Good afternoon everyone, this is Geeta Pavli. I am doing my part-time PhD in IIT Delhi and as well as working as full-time research associate in Shinka Foundation Hospital in Visakhapatnam. I am already an IEEE member and I would like to join in IEEE Professional Communication Society. This gives me an opportunity to connect with different people in my area and also get idea like what others doing in this area. Thank you.
So the 2 more scholars are interested, or they will be part of Electronics Packaging Society. So one is from IIT Kanpur.
Greetings.
Good afternoon. My name is Rina. I'm currently a PhD student at IIT Kanpur, Perceptions and Intelligence. I'll be joining the IEEE Electronics Technical Society since I'm hoping that it is going to give me a cutting edge, accessing the cutting edge research and then the various opportunities that I'm looking forward to. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Prasanna. I'm from the Classical Vidyalaya, and electronics facility. Thank you, IIT, for giving me the opportunity. As because I'll be able to explore more research areas and current research trends in my area
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Dr. Prakash and Dr. Murugesan. Ladies and gentlemen, we were here to pitch to you IEEE, but experience talks for itself. From experienced interns to the youth just starting off at their career, IEEE is what they say. What an absolute pleasure to have each one of you with us today. Thank you so much, and hopefully looking forward to seeing all of you in our next IEEE conference. Thank you.
Please come. All of you, please come.
We should be part of professional communication.
You can give a gap for the center. Make it as long. You can step down because you are a height person.
Yeah. No. I text my new email to Shah. I have your number. So just text me the email and after that
Ladies and gentlemen, please treat this as an announcement to everybody who's assembled outside. Come on in, this is the last leg of our 3-day 14th ICCCNT. Can you big round of applause just for the fact that we've had Indians and international colleagues from everywhere attending ICCC event. I mean, what an honor to have each one of you. And just to add, बोलते हैं हिंदी में चार चांद लगाना. So adding चार चांद in broad daylight. Right, we call in the best of leaders. As we take the names, leaders, kindly please take a seat here. We start with Dr. Tapan Kumar Gandhi, Dr. Surya Prakash, Dr. Aditya Nigam, Dr. Clay Wellingston, Dr. E. Karthikeyan, and Dr. Prakash Dureswamy. Leaders, please take the seat, and the spotlight is where you belong.
Take this seat.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's an absolute honor and privilege to have with us Dr. Surya Prakash, who is Associate Professor in the Institute of Technology. And we're going to be a big roaring round of applause. From Indore, I mean, that too on a Saturday, sir. I think Saturday is what takes the cake. Thank you so much for that. And Dr. Aditya Nigam, Technical Committee Member, Indian Institute of Technology, Mandi, India, all the way from Himachal Pradesh. Thank you so much. Thank you. Leaders, we request you to please stand up and please come on in forward. And I request Dr. Prakash Dureswamy. Dr. Prakash, please proceed with sharing a token of our appreciation to firstly Dr. Surya Prakash. Ladies and gentlemen, big hand. Our next heartfelt appreciation is to Dr. Aditya Nigam. Thank you so much, Dr. Nigam. Thank you, leaders. And what better way to quick start with our final meeting for the validation that it is right now with Dr. Tapan Kumar Gandhi, Conference Chair, ICCCNT, Indian Institute of Technology, Delhi. Dr. Tapan has repeatedly told me, Nida, what you going to be throwing now. One question, okay, leaders, just telling you one question before you get on the stage. How has the experience been? As simple as that. Before you begin with your speech, we request you to please share with us. How has your experience been? Just one line. So we're going to start off with Dr. Tapan.
So experience in this conference or what?
Yes.
Okay. Of course, I mean this is a great experience to be part of this conference because in India, whatever conference I've seen that this is one of the largest conference in terms of the number of participants. This is one of the best thing, and again it's happening. This is the biggest conference happening in IIT Delhi. Then this is the best thing I can say.
Wow, absolutely. Completely second, you are thought of it being the best thing. What a fantastic answer. Thank you so much. Thank you, Dr. Tapan. We request Dr. Surya Prakash, the Associate Professor, Indian Institute of Technology, Indore. Dr. Prakash, firstly, the fact that you've traveled kilometers and kilometers, that itself is, I mean, that we cannot thank you enough for it. Your presence means the world to us. How has your experience been, if you can just share in one line?
Yes, actually, I came today morning only. Yeah, so for last 2 days I was not here.
Sure.
But yeah, whatever session I have attended, they were really wonderful. Yeah, I was present during the panel discussion. It was very intense and fruitful. So I think overall it was a nice experience.
Fantastic, sir. Thank you so much. So just filling you in, you were present for the panel discussion. We saw that you were sitting right there. The experience that you shared, you experienced during the panel discussion, that was exactly what all of us experienced for the past 3 days. So thank you for bringing that point up. Our next speaker we'd like to call is Dr. Aditya Nigam, Technical Committee Member, Indian Institute of Technology. How has your experience been, and anything else you'd want to share with our lovely audience members?
Hello.
actually, as he has said that Surya has traveled, the true thing is that whole night I was traveling because he is coming from flight. I have to take the road. From Monday it's not easy to come. And in the morning, I just said, in the morning I reached the hotel, and then I just came over here, and I'm here from that point of time. And I really like that the audience, their interaction, and this panel discussion that I have got a chance to have with Major, because it's very difficult to get guys like them who are anyways working for the country, that's true, but they want something from us. They are really looking to us, and directly talking them is a good thing for us. We can really know that they are desperate about the new technology we need to deliver. That was a great chance for us to have a one-to-one communication. So that was something that I'm really very happy for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Nigam. Thank you. We completely understand. I think the geographical location of Himachal Pradesh is such that you can think of it as a picnic.
So the point is that the location, there's the pros and the cons. There's a good thing and the bad thing. Good thing is that's why everyone can't reach over there. In fact, nature-wise, the air and everything. So we got the best out of the lot. But that's the difficult part, that because air also can't reach over there. That's a good thing, and we can't also reach to the general audience. That's a bad thing.
The pros and the cons states the same thing. Okay. Thank you so much, Dr. Nigam. Our next speaker, we would like to address to our lovely audience is of course Dr. E. Karthikeyan, Technical Committee Member of ICCCNT, SRM University, Andhra Pradesh, India. Dr. Karthikeyan, how has your experience been, and what else do you want to share with our leaders?
I have a very good experience. More importantly, when it happened 2017, it happened here in IIT Delhi only. That time I was a PhD student. Now, as a volunteer, became a technical member. So it's not about I didn't deserve this place that easily. Because I worked a long time, maybe some 5 to 6 years, I was with this organization. And more importantly, I always take it as an opportunity to update myself. Today, this past 3 days, I was seeing a lot of new concepts, new ideas. Parallelly, I thought it is only deadline for the area, but some new concepts. Instead, they are cracking the new things. So I always take it as an opportunity to learn new things. So it's an opportunity for me also to update myself. It's a nice experience. Wow. Thank you so much for the organization to invite me.
Dr. Karthikeyan, quite a journey from being a student to being a mentor to the students. Fantastic. Ladies and gentlemen, get a big round of applause for our leaders. And on that note, we request Dr. Prakash to felicitate a few of our talented IEEE members. We will start off with, not just IEEE, just all the leaders. Dr. Prakash, please come on up. And our first token of appreciation is for Dr. Surya Prakash. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Big round of applause. Thank you. The next thank you appreciation token goes to Dr. Aditya Nigam. Next, we would like to call on Mr. K. Kumar, Organizing Committee, ICCCNT. Mr. Kevin, many congratulations to you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Next, we would like to call on Mr. P. Anand Kumar, Organizing Committee Member of ICCCNT. Mr. Anand Kumar is coming in. Okay, till then we have Mr. Hari Shankar, the Organizing Committee of ICCCNT. was 3 days back, Dr. Murugesan told us this was Dr. Prakash's baby, this Dr. Prakash's child. Dr. Murugesan, anything you would like to add? Okay, so Dr. Tapal, please come on up. And it is a pleasure to have you with us and we'd love to spend more time with you. So anything you would like to add now? Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. So today is the last day of this conference, and before going to tell something about the conference, let me first congratulate all the people, those who are wonderful people, those who are involved with this conference to make it a grand success, and our all dignitaries, those who are on the stage, Professor Surya Prakash from IIT Mandi, Professor Nigam, Surya Prakash from IIT Indore, Professor Nigam from IIT Mandi, then Karthikeyan, Dr. Karthikeyan, who is our own, our own people, right? So actually he did PhD from IIT Delhi and now he's faculty in SRL, but that's why I'm calling that he is our own people. And then of course Professor Prakash Duriyaswamy, who is the brain behind the success of this conference. And I think I'm involved in this conference last 4 years. But the good thing is that this time he selected IIT Delhi to hold this conference, and of course just few minutes back I was telling you that in India whatever the conference people organize, but this is the largest, I can say. I mean, to the best of my knowledge, what I know, because the statistics, if you look at the statistics, they received around 3,285 papers, and they accepted only total, 1,580 and rejected 1,705. So, but out of all this presentation, unfortunately, this was a hybrid mode. Otherwise, it could have been a very, very big conference, because when you see 1,700 people here, then of course it's a very big one. But yes, this is also a good thing that also it can save the money of the people in the traveling and for many other stuff and to manage the time. So otherwise, this is of course a big conference, and I hope that in the coming years this conference will grow in a very bigger way and in a better way. And of course, this is possible by all the volunteers, the team members of ICCNT, and of course the leader, Professor Prakash. Though I was there, but I was also not there, one kind of, that kind of scenario. Only when they're here, I'm just doing only one or two small things, but everything is being done by the team. Thank you very much, and I hope that you had a very wonderful session here at IIT Delhi, and though it's running heavily, but this is we feel one kind of best time, because otherwise Delhi is very hot during this time. So also, I think monsoon in Delhi will welcome you to this conference, and I don't like to take much time, and I wish all the best for the future conferences, maybe some other places in India or abroad. And I hope that Professor Duriyaswamy has a very big plan to make this conference a big success. Right? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Kapil, for really appreciating the efforts put in by IIT and all the volunteers. Give a big round of applause for IIT volunteers and people working in the background. You don't even realize the amount of effort that goes in, but thank you so much. All right, next I would like to call on the podium Dr. Surya Prakash. The audience awaits you. Thank you.
Good afternoon, all of you. First of all, I want to thank the organizing committee, Professor Gandhi, Professor Prakash, Professor Murugesan for inviting me and making me part of this event. It is indeed a great pleasure to be part of this event. And I was not there in the 2 days, but it's really great to be present on the last day of the concluding session. And knowing that the event was successfully organized was really pleasurable thing. So I'm really happy. Because of my personal engagements, I could not attend the last 2 days, but I think I got the glimpse of the conference by just attending this last session. I want to congratulate all the committee members for successfully conducting this conference. This was really indeed a mega event. I mean, as Professor Gandhi was mentioning, around 3,000 plus papers, then arranging the presentation for the accepted papers, which were I think around 1,500, not a small thing. Though the conference was happening in hybrid mode, but I think managing even that is also very difficult. So really, I mean, it's a really commendable job that I think the committee has done. I was just going through the research areas that were actually listed in the call for papers. I think there was no area left in computing, communication, networking, which was not their part of this conference. Right? So I think the scope of the conference was really very wide, and I guess that's why you got so many submissions. Right? So that's really, I mean handling these many different areas and the papers is really commendable job. I mean, I'm not expert of all these areas, but my area is research area is machine learning, and I could go through some of the papers that have been accepted in this area, and I saw that they were quite good quality papers. Some of them were on core research areas, some of them were in the applied area. So I mean, overall, the kind of papers that were presented here were of good quality. And as I was told by Professor Kripas, that the submissions that were received for this conference they were from 50 different countries. So this is like a fully international conference. So that's really very interesting. And though the conference was in both modes, hybrid and online and offline, but I see good number of visitors coming offline. So though the option of online was available, but still the people have taken out time from their schedule and they have come here. So I think we appreciate their presence. And I was the Professor Murugesan was actually he was saying that I should also talk about details of some of the research areas. Yeah, so I will be talking about briefly about my research domain, but I feel that the kind of papers or the areas that have been put forth in the call for papers, if the budding researchers, if they just go through the papers who have been accepted here, and if they just go through the details of those papers, I guess they will be very much updated with the current technologies and the current research. My particular domain is biometrics. So actually, I apply the techniques from machine learning, deep learning, computer vision, image processing in the domain of biometrics. So I can just briefly tell about some of the emerging areas in biometrics. Though I think Adit was mentioning them in the panel discussion session. So one of the challenges that we face in handling the biometric data, and particularly, I mean that's true for any computer vision problem where we are doing the 2D image processing. It is a problem imposed because of the poor conditions where we capture the data, like poor illumination, poor contrast, noise. I mean, though the face recognition, fingerprint recognition, all these technologies have evolved very much, but still there is a scope of enhancement, because all these technologies are working well when the quality of the data is good. When the quality of the data is poor, most of the time they fail. So there's one area where still huge work is required to be done, where we are making the algorithm capable of handling poor quality data. particularly in case of biometrics, when we are dealing with the face recognition, the pose is a big challenge. Like, so if you are capturing the frontal pose at the time of training, and if you are matching it, or if you are recognizing the person when different pose is available, then normally the algorithm fails to do the matching. So some of the emerging areas are there to handle this problem. Like one of the area which is now emerging in this domain is the 3D biometrics, where we don't capture the 2D images, we capture the 3D images. Right? So 3D images have more elaborate data. It doesn't have just one pose. It has the data captured from all the sides. It has grammatical information. So it is a rich data. So with the help of 3D data, the people are trying to overcome the problem faced by 2D images based biometrics like face recognition. There's another area where in biometrics a lot of work is happening is about the template security. So when you are using the fingerprint sensor, like you are using fingerprint sensor in your laptop or in mobile, the data is captured and then some features are extracted and they are put in the mobile phone. And many times, like for example, in the fingerprint case, I'm sure many of you must be knowing that in the fingerprint, there are salient points which are actually unique with respect to everyone, and with the help of those points, we recognize the images. So it is found that if you are capturing the image, putting the biometric feature in the device, the reverse engineering is possible. From the data, the fingerprint can be generated. So if you are capturing the fingerprint image, extracting the feature, and just in the raw form, if you are storing in the device, then the attacker will take the data and then do the reverse engineering and generate your fingerprint image. And if the fingerprint image can be generated, then the spoof can be also made out of that, and then many types of attacks are possible. So there's a domain called biometric template security. So where we are trying to impose certain conditions on the data that we are storing in device, so that the reverse engineering is not possible. So it's another area where a lot of work is happening in the domain of biometrics. And in general, aging is the problem for any biometric. Particularly for the face, it is a very big problem. As we grow, the face changes. So, I think the Aadhaar in every 10 years they update your biometrics. So handling aging is another area where a lot of work is required. In general, in the domain of machine learning and deep learning, there are two ways we can take. One is that we can develop novel machine learning algorithms or deep learning algorithms, where we develop novel networks for processing the images or different kinds of data. Another is making use of deep learning or machine learning in different domains, and then handling different types of tasks. Like in the panel discussion, we were looking at many research-related problems. So I think there is a lot of scope in such kind of scenarios where we can make use of deep learning and machine learning algorithms and so this was brief about my research domain, but I think the participants, the viewers can actually go to the proceeding. I think the leaders of this, and if they at least just read the abstract of the papers that are published here, and they will get the complete idea about the latest technologies or the latest work that is happening in the domain of computing, communication. So with this, I would like to conclude myself. It was really a pleasure to be part of this event. Once again, I thank the organizers for inviting me here. Thank you very much, and I wish you all the best.
Thank you.
Can you big round of applause for I would just like to mention that we, just like Adhan, are finding it difficult to age and having difficulty with aging. Age when if you were to see my Aadhaar card photograph, you'll be like, that is either her younger sister or her oldest daughter, but okay, we won't get into that. Thank you so much, Dr. Prakash, for those very enlightening words. Next, we'd like to call on stage Dr. Aditya Nigam from, of course, IIT Mandi.
Nigam, the audience awaits you. Thank you.
Hi, so thank you very much. I would like to thank Dr. Tapan from IIT Delhi as well as Dr. Prakash. In fact, I was a part of this conference last year as well. I delivered a lecture over there. So this time also I got the opportunity, unfortunately because of maybe the weather and certain of my commitments, I was not able to come and attend on 6th and 7th. I was happy to come on it and for the opportunity to attend that panel discussion in which we have very fruitful discussions. Got to know that there are more than 3,000 papers and out of that 1,500 publication. I mean, it's very difficult task. In fact, even to get 3,000, let me just in the context I can tell you that we have some conference and some special session I was trying to arrange, and it was even difficult to get 10 papers in India, and getting 3,000, which does essentially mean that what this conference means. And anyway, there's a 14th session. So Dr. Prakash must have spent huge amount of time to make the value of this conference. I'll be really happy to invite, in fact, welcome this conference to happen next year at IIT Mandi. So, we can plan, we can say that our campus is also, very good. Not as big as IIT Delhi, but I can say that weather as well as the air is better. But yes, so we'll be very happy. Terrain is difficult, but I think that if you reach over there, you will definitely enjoy. But you'll have to travel that much, and all these places like you'll have to travel via car or bus and so on. So it's really good. And the highlight also is that we are trying, and if we got permission, probably approval, probably we certain papers which got accepted, which are the ones which are good, probably we can have them in IEEE transaction on industrial applications. So that's going to be a good platform and a motivation factor for all of you to reapply for your papers and just make a word over here or there, because journal publications are something which are really important for PhD students. And yes, after coming over here, I would also like to say that I'm really happy about the hospitality as well. Although I'm only for a day, the last day really got very heartwarming welcome. I met all the faculty members over here. I barely know most of them because last 3 years everything is online, so we are teaching here and there. We are not even aware where we are teaching. Students don't know us, or probably they may know because of our face. Oh, by the way, this face is also slightly wrong. The photograph which is being shown, I was just telling to him that some of my students are saying, sir, you don't look like this. I said that okay, fine, it may be generated from some generative AI. This is fine. Oh, this is better than my photograph is a lot better than me. But yes, so that's a thing that you can see, that good attendance, huge amount of participation, and I can say that all this is encouraging, having persons from industry, defense, academia, and having this much amount of effort, and then coming from US and arranging everything over here. This is like inspiring for me as well, that we can have something over India, and we are here. So we will also try to have the same sort of thing at maybe IIT Mandi next time. And yes, so as he was saying, I was also interested, if possible, if it happens, then probably we will also plan some in-between tutorial sessions in which probably we can have deep learning hands-on and deep learning, because that's my expertise and our team's expertise at IIT Mandi. So if you are coming as a bonus, probably half day or a day workshop, we can also arrange in which probably you can come and have deep learning basics and some hands-on. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Nigam, and as unofficial brand ambassadors of Himachal Pradesh, we can vouch. And IIT Delhi is amazing, but Himachal ki baat alag hai. The air, the beauty. So treat it as probably a very long holiday. Yeah, treat it as that, and definitely we wish to see all of you at the 15th ICCCNT. And on that note, we'd like to call on stage Dr. K. Wenningston, the technical committee member of ICCCNT and IIT Srinagar. Dr. Wenningston, stages are yours. Thank you.
So very good afternoon, good evening to everyone present here. I'm very happy to be part of this ICCCNT 2023 in its 14th edition. And I'm very happy to announce here that I have presented one of my papers in their third edition of ICCCNT, which was held in Coimbatore. I'm really very happy to have this long-standing association with the team who are behind this conference. Yes, as per the discussion which I had with the conference chair, I came to know that the next edition of ICCCNT 2023 will be conducted at IIT Jammu. Probably the dream of Dr. Nigam could be fulfilled soon by the conference chair, probably in the upcoming editions. Yes, so again, observing the way the conference was organized, it was really amazing, as it was already expressed by all the speakers who have spoken before, in terms of number of papers that they have received and the number of papers that they have accepted, and particularly one other thing which I have noted, the quality of papers. So the quality of papers were reasonably well, and almost the standard was really maintained across almost probably I have reviewed, I have taken the presentation of about 40 to 45 papers, and the same level of quality was maintained at almost all the papers which I have shared. Okay? And one other good thing which I have noted here, a lot of BTech students have come up with their ideas, and a lot of BTech students have participated in this conference, and that was not the culture before. It was purely meant for students of post-graduation and then the doctoral students. But now it would really be encouraging for all the BTech students, and who can also take this sort of technical forum. They can also be part of this technical forum, and they can utilize this podium to share their knowledge with peers, and probably it would be really a fruitful time for all the participants who have presented their paper online as well as offline. And particularly coming to the upcoming edition of ICCCNT 2024, probably, which is proposed to be held at IIT Jammu. Probably we have very less number of engineering colleges in Jammu and Kashmir province. Okay? We have one premier institution, IIT Jammu at Jammu, and NIT Srinagar at Srinagar province. Okay, so besides these two premium or the Institute of National Importance, we have 2-3 government engineering colleges, and we don't have any, not even a single private engineering college located in Jammu and Kashmir province. So probably if this conference is conducted at IIT Jammu in the next year, I believe that a good number of participants would be presenting their ideas, especially which meets the theme of this conference at ICCCNT 2024. And one other thing about this conference is it was not biased towards any geography. Not just in terms of participants, it is even preserved at the level of the organizing members. So organizing members are not from the same geographical place, and we have people from different parts of India, and who have they have very neatly formulated a team to host such a gigantic conference. That is the beauty of this particular edition. And with these few words, I thank all the participants and all the members who are behind this conference, and all of you have really contributed to the success of this conference. And with my best wishes to the upcoming editions, I just take a leave, and thank you all.
Thank you so much. Doctor, I think this question is for Dr. Prakash. Dr. Prakash, Dr. Nigam and Dr. Wellington, I think there's a pitch for the 15th ICCCNT. Where exactly is it going to happen? So, stiff competition from Himachal and Jammu. Now you have. This is all this is on camera. But yeah, I think that just speaks so much, speaks volumes about the success of this edition, that there are such great institutions that are wanting and pitching to have the session with them, right? So that just speaks so much about IEEE and ICCCNT. Thank you so much, Dr. Wellington. And lastly, we'd like to call and say Dr. E. Karthikeyan, who from being a student is now technical committee member. My God, what a journey. Dr. Karthikeyan, stage is all yours. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. So, thank you so much for the organization giving me an opportunity. And first of all, I'd like to thank Gandhi sir, because still I remember in 2018 I gave Laddu when I gave my defense. I completed my defense and given to Laddu sir. Sir said congratulations. And today I was sitting with him. Really, thank you so much for the organizations. And in 2017, I was a faculty here, sorry, I'm a student here. Like our other organization, volunteers, I also like you people only. So work hard, you will also come up to the stage. And that is the thing, first takeaway points. And more importantly, Madam asked from the past 3 days, what's your motivation point and what makes you to come up this stage or whatever it is. First one, I'll motivate myself by seeing some movies. First. Second, one quote which is I'm not able to forget that quote said by former President Kalam. Dream is not that what you see in sleep, that does not allow you to sleep. That is I recently I'm telling in the session also because some very aged person, professors are coming and giving presentations. They can send their students, but still they are coming and they are giving presentations to that eagerness or that hungry that is not allowing them to sleep, to do research. So they wanted to update themselves. So that they are coming here. They can also set the presentations, upload it, and they can go. But a lot of professors they are coming and they are giving you presentations, and it's a very I liked it very much, and it's an opportunity for me to update myself. And more importantly, today's session organized by the IEEE Professor Major Madan. Actually, we have to give a great applause for him also. First of all, first time I was seeing an army officer. See, I'm from IIT Delhi. Here, lot of army officers, Navy officers, Air Force officers do a course here. MTech they will do, PhD they will do, DRDO scientists and ISRO scientists, everybody they will do courses. But we will have as a coursework person, we will do a coursework together. But first time I was seeing army officers speaking technology towards the public. Really, it's a very takeaway point actually, very important point organized by the committee organizations. We have to say thank for them. And more importantly, nowadays, women in computing, previously women in science, women in communications, women in science and technology, women in IT, now women in computing. It's the first term actually. If you see in Google, you will never get that word called women in computing. First time I was seeing a word. And more importantly, I like to highlight this, madam, and say thanks to Shivaranjan, madam. She said that whatever the course or whatever the topics you want to, you learned, if you wanted to convey to the next generation, make it as a course. Actually, that's a very important point which has happened in this conference. These are all the highlight points we have to take up in our mind, and we have to digest in our body so that that will go to the next level. And for this conference, we have received nearly some 50 papers from all over the world. For the first day, one presenter came from Bangladesh. That's also another example. Abroad, for this conference to attend, the candidates, they are not coming only in India or not only from North or Delhi. They are coming from other states, starts from Kerala to Kashmir, and abroad people also, they are coming offline to give presentations. So, and also 3 societies, first time they are giving accepted for this IEEE this conference. 3 societies was accepted, and these are all the very unique things. And 3 things happened today. One is women in computing, technology in defense, and one more thing is IEEE promotions. These are all never will happen actually. IEEE promotions never will happen in any other conferences. This conference is happening. These are all the very important points we have to see this. And more importantly, forget something. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Dr. Karthikeyan, your honesty is so endearing. Next time you forget, don't say you forget, just say thank you. Because we don't know your speech, right? I always do this. Whenever initially I would forget, I'd say I'm so sorry. Then I stopped saying sorry only. I'm like, deal with it. No. Thank you so much. Can you big round of applause for Dr. Karthikeyan? What a pleasure, right? I mean, Dr. Karthikeyan, we don't just say this. Genuinely, your journey from there till here, this seemed like a few meters, but it's a very long journey in years, right? So, thank you. And on that note, we'd like to call on stage Dr. Prakash Duraisamy, the founding father, as Dr. Murugesan has rightly said, that this ICCCNT is, this is the brainchild of Dr. Prakash. And Dr. Prakash, many congratulations. Can you a big round of applause for Dr. Prakash and Dr. Murugesan to be doing the dedication and persistence that takes for 14 years is commendable, sir. Dr. Prakash, stage is all yours. Thank you.
Thanks, Nikita. Thank you for everyone to be here. I'm very delighted to be part of this event. I started this event in 2008 in Tamil Nadu for 4 years. Then I always want to run a conference to the international standards because I live in US, but I put various efforts to match the standards of developed countries. So if you take any conference in US, 3000 is a normal record. I mean, normally you will get 3000 papers if you take any reputed conference. So I attended a conference a couple of months ago, SPIE, they got 3,300. So, but we got 3,285, we are just 15 missing, that's all. So I'm very happy we close to the standards of US in terms of numbers, but still it's a long way to go. So example, they continuously engaged every participant. So a participant, if he present the papers, what he will do for the next 2 days, okay? So he will attend, there will be an exhibition of 1,000 companies. There will be a continuous workshops will be there. So it is not just a matter of hearing verbally. They see what the company's new product. So they get an idea of what to invent, what to upgrade, and how to connect the mind, and how to collaborate. All these will only happen if they see the product. And many things, whatever you say, it won't strike their mind until they see the product, how it works, right? So the conference is not just matter of presenting the papers. So we should connect various sectors, the industries to do the exhibition. Then the people who see the product can give a suggestion, it can be improved further. So the academicians can do the job. So then they can do the workshop to have a hands-on experience. So these are the 3 dimensions happening in the US. So I just only fulfilled maybe 20% of what I have seen. So at least I'm very happy and delightful. This time we matched in the numbers. In the upcoming years, with the help of your support, I can do the remaining dimensions. I'm very, very thankful to Tapan to be with me for the past 4 years. Without him, I cannot even reach this milestone. So thanks again, and big applause for him. So this time we had several milestones. So first time, the 3 societies technically co-sponsored us. IEEE Professional Communication Society, IEEE Industrial Application Society, IEEE Electronic Package Society. Then if we are getting the second time technically co-sponsored, let's say for the next time from the Industrial Application Society, then we are eligible to have a special issue on IEEE transaction on industrial applications. So for our viewers, it is a golden opportunity to have a publication in IEEE transactions. So ICCCNT opened the gateway for Indian people or any of our viewers. So I believe this is another milestone for Indian perspective. Then this event, I want to, just to engage the students, we started 2 new event called Women in Computing, because women is considered as minorities in, let's say, US or developed nations. So they put a lot of efforts how to make women involved in STEM discipline. So that's what I want to exclusively start that event this time. It went very well. So hands on to Dr. Tripti Singh and their panel members. So it was a very good combination of like AIMS doctors, academicians, industry peoples, and Adobes. So even I didn't expect. So everything fall on the basket. And also I had a much fascinated, like US always try to bridge the gap of industry and academia. So they give a lot of projects from DOD, FBI to the academic peoples. So how this can happen, that's what I tried to keep another panel discussion using the Dr. Major. I was very thankful to him to agreeing for such a wonderful event. So here, and apart from that, before this event, we have a historic IEEE promotional event. 8 members, the conference sponsored them to become an IEEE conference, IEEE members. So from IIT Delhi, 3 students became IEEE member, and they like to become IEEE Professional Communication Societies. And 2 from Kanpur, they became a member of I think packaging societies. And a couple of faculty members became a member of industrial applications. Madan joined industrial applications. So conference proudly sponsored them for a year. So like that we like to do for every year. So I'm saying first time Tapan, so that's why I got 3,000 papers. So a lot of people are here. So a lot of IT people are connected here. I'm first time seeing Nikita, so that's why we got more papers. So a lot of wonderful events are happening here. I hope we will come back to IIT Delhi again to do much more milestones which can benefit the societies and academic peoples. And we will travel this journey. So we want to do this in multiple locations at the same time, like a top university like Beijing and MIT and IIT Delhi together. So we get much more visibility, much more better audiences, and much more companies to interact. Still, we have a long ways to go with help your support. I'm from bottom of my heart, I was very, very delighted to be part of this event. And we are taking just a couple of steps to matching the industry like a global standard. So Tapan opened the gates for us. So we have to work hard to reach the US standards or European standards in terms of academic and research. So thank you for all, and be connected for the 15th edition. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Prakash, for leading the way, for being the flag bearer of upgrading, the Indian landscape. So we cannot thank you enough. Ladies and gentlemen, with this we come to the end, officially the end of not just day 3 of the 14th edition of ICCCNT, but ICCCNT 14th edition. So big round of applause. Nothing would have been possible without each one of you sitting here, from IEEE to the organizers, to the committee members, to all of you, to the leaders sitting here. What a privilege to have each one of you with us. Cannot thank you enough. And yes, we keep iterating. Meet you very soon next year. We don't know which location, but yeah, top of the sub. If it Jammu or Himachal, it will be cold. So take your sweaters probably. I don't know. What a privilege. With this, I, Nikita Rana, would like to sign off, and wishing and hoping to meet you all very soon. Thank you. Have a great day. Thank you.
Please, sir. Please come.